Eing welcoming approach, excited, warm, friendly like greeting friends. Section flow, welcome, overview, crystals, guidance, wish. Word count, welcome 40, overview 70, crystals 120, guidance 40. Energy, build excitement, make each pile sound amazing. Pile presentation, highlight stones, look and theme connection. Hey there, you beautiful soul. Oh my gosh, this rhodonite angel is singing to me. With rhodonite being all about flowing and your theme being unfolding compassion, this reading is all about moving through life's challenges with so much grace, not just for others, but especially for yourself. Okay, so let's dive right into these cards. So the first card we have is the Ten of Wands, and oh honey, let me tell you, this card screams burden alert. You know that feeling when you're carrying 10 grocery bags at once and they're all ripping and you're trying not to drop the eggs? Yeah, that's the vibe I'm getting. This is you've been carrying a lot, maybe too much, and for way too long. I feel for some of you, this is literally work-related. You're taking on extra projects, staying late, saying yes to everything, and now you're starting to feel like you're drowning. And it's that feeling of if you drop one more thing, you are going to completely lose it, And it's not even that the work itself is terrible, but it's the sheer volume of it all. You haven't had a moment to breathe, to just chill and recharge. And honestly, you're starting to resent it all a little bit, which is totally understandable. I mean, who wouldn't, right? But for others of you, this might be more emotional baggage. Are you the friend that everyone comes to with their problems? The one who always listens, always offers advice, always holds space? Which is amazing, you have such a huge heart, but are you actually processing your own stuff? Or are you just so busy taking care of everyone else that you're neglecting your own needs? Because, that's a recipe for burnout, seriously. And you deserve to be taken care of too, You deserve to have someone hold space for you. And the thing is, with this Ten of Wands, it's not just about the external stuff. It's also about the internal pressure you're putting on yourself. Are you a perfectionist? Do you feel like you have to do everything perfectly, or it's not good enough? Are you constantly comparing yourself to others, feeling like you're falling short? Because, that's a heavy load to carry, my friend. A really heavy load. And I also feel like there's a sense of responsibility here. You feel obligated to carry all of this weight. Maybe you feel like if you don't do it, no one else will. Or maybe you feel like you have to prove yourself to someone. You have to show them that you're capable, that you're strong, that you can handle anything. But who are you trying to prove it to? And at what cost? Seriously, at what cost? This card is a huge wake-up call to, reevaluate what you're carrying and why. Is it truly yours to carry? Or are you taking on other people's burdens? Are you holding on to things that no longer serve you? Are you afraid to let go? What are you afraid will happen if you finally put some of this stuff down? What will happen? And I also feel like there's a fear of vulnerability here. You're afraid to ask for help because you don't want to appear weak or needy. You want to be seen as strong and independent, the one who always has it together. But showing vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. It takes courage to admit that you're struggling and to ask for support. And honestly, people will respect you more for it. They really will. So this Ten of Wands is basically saying, honey, you need to lighten your load. You cannot keep going like this. It's not sustainable. It's not healthy. And it's not serving you or anyone else in your life. You're just going to burn yourself out and then you won't be able to help anyone. So it's what needs to go? What can you delegate? What can you say no to? What boundaries do you need to set? What can you release? Think about that. And this is where the unfolding compassion comes in. Be kind to yourself. You've been doing your best. You've been trying to handle everything. But it's okay to admit that you need help. It's okay to prioritize your own well-being. It's okay to let go of some of the weight. You don't have to do it all alone. You really don't. Now, don't get me wrong, this card isn't all doom and gloom. It's also a sign of strength and resilience. You've been carrying this weight for a reason. You're capable of handling a lot. You're stronger than you think. But that doesn't mean you have to keep carrying it all. It just means you have the strength to choose differently. You have the power to release what no longer serves you. You have the ability to create a lighter, more balanced life. You really do. And I feel like, for some of you, this Ten of Wands is also about a fear of success. Like you're afraid that if you actually achieve your goals, you'll have even more responsibilities. You'll have to work even harder. You'll have to maintain a certain image. And that feels overwhelming, so you unconsciously sabotage yourself. You take on too much, you get distracted, you procrastinate, and you never quite reach your full potential. Which is such a shame because you have so much to offer the world. But what if success didn't have to be so heavy? What if you could create success on your own terms? What if you could delegate some of the responsibilities? What if you could set boundaries and prioritize your well-being? What if you could enjoy the journey instead of just focusing on the destination? That would feel so much better, wouldn't it? So really take some time to reflect on this Ten of Wands. What is it trying to tell you? What are you carrying that you need to release? What boundaries do you need to set? What support do you need to ask for? And how can you bring more compassion and kindness to yourself in the process? Because, you deserve it. You really, really do. Okay, deep breath. We're going to move on to the next card now, which is the Chariot. And oh my gosh, this is the perfect antidote to the Ten of Wands. This is all about taking control, asserting your will, and moving forward with confidence and determination. This is okay, I've acknowledged that I'm carrying too much. Now what am I going to do about it? The Chariot is all about harnessing your inner strength and directing it towards your goals. It's about taking the reins of your life and steering it in the direction you want to go. It's about overcoming obstacles and challenges with courage and conviction. It's about believing in yourself and your ability to succeed. This is a powerful card. I feel for some of you, this is a literal call to action. You've been stuck in a rut for too long, and it's time to shake things up. It's time to make a change. It's time to pursue your dreams. Maybe you've been wanting to start a new business, or go back to school, or travel the world, or write a book. Whatever it is, this is your sign to go for it. Don't wait. The Chariot is urging you to take that first step, even if it feels scary. Even if you don't know exactly how you're going to get there. Just start moving in the direction of your dreams. Trust that the universe will guide you. Trust that you have what it takes to succeed. Trust yourself. And I feel this card is also about overcoming some internal obstacles. Maybe you've been struggling with self-doubt, or fear of failure, or lack of confidence. The Chariot is here to remind you that you are capable of anything you set your mind to. You have the strength, the intelligence, and the determination to achieve your goals. You just need to believe in yourself. And this is where the unfolding compassion comes in again. Be patient with yourself. It's okay to feel scared or uncertain. It's okay to make mistakes along the way. Just keep moving forward. Keep learning, keep growing, and keep reminding yourself of your worth and your potential. The Chariot is also about discipline and focus. It's about staying committed to your goals, even when things get tough. It's about resisting distractions and temptations that could lead you astray. It's about staying true to your vision. It's about staying the course. It's about not giving up on yourself. And I feel for some of you, this is about taking control of your health. Maybe you've been neglecting your physical or mental well-being. The Chariot is urging you to prioritize your health, to eat healthy, exercise regularly, get enough sleep, and practice self-care. To take care of your body and your mind. Because you can't drive the Chariot if the Chariot is broken, you know what I mean? And this card is also about setting boundaries. Remember that Ten of Wands? The Chariot is here to help you enforce those boundaries, to say no to things that don't serve you, to protect your time and energy, to prioritize your own needs, to create a life that supports your well-being and your goals. I also feel there's a need for balance here. The Chariot is often depicted with two horses pulling in opposite directions. This represents the need to balance your emotions and your intellect, your masculine and feminine energies, your work and your play, to find harmony in your life, to create a sense of equilibrium. You can't burn the candle at both ends, right? And honestly, this card is just a massive confidence boost. It's the universe is saying, you got this, I believe in you, now go out there and make it happen. It's such an empowering feeling. It's you can conquer anything. You can achieve anything. You can create the life of your dreams. It's all within your reach. But the key is to take action. Don't just sit around waiting for things to happen. Don't just dream about your goals. Start working towards them. Take small steps every day. Stay focused. Stay disciplined. stay committed, and trust that you will succeed. You really will. And remember, the Rhodonite Angel is here to help you flow through any challenges that arise, to bring compassion to yourself and others, to remind you that you are not alone, to support you on your journey, to help you create a life filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. It's there for you. So embrace the energy of the Chariot. Take control of your life. Assert your will. Overcome your obstacles. Believe in yourself. And move forward with confidence and determination. You are a force to be reckoned with. You are capable of amazing things. And the world is waiting for you to shine. This is such an exciting card. Okay, are you ready for the final card? Because this is where things get really interesting. We have the Magician. And oh my gosh, this card is like the ultimate manifestation of your potential. This is all about having the power, the resources, and the ability to create the life you desire. The Magician represents your connection to the divine, your ability to tap into the infinite source of energy and abundance that surrounds you. It's about knowing that you have everything you need within you to manifest your dreams. It's about believing in your own magic. And after the Ten of Wands and the Chariot, the Magician is like the grand finale. It's like, okay, you've released the burdens, you've taken control. Now it's time to create something amazing. It's about using your skills, your talents, and your knowledge to bring your visions to life. It's about creating. I feel like, for some of you, this is a sign that you're about to enter a period of great creativity and productivity. You're going to be inspired to create something new, something meaningful, something that expresses your unique gifts and talents. Maybe you're going to start a new project, write a book, create a piece of art, or develop a new product. Whatever it is, it's going to be amazing. And the thing about the Magician is that it's not just about having the potential, it's about taking action. It's about using your tools wisely. It's about mastering your craft. It's about putting in the work. It's not just going to appear. The Magician has all four elements at their disposal: earth, air, fire, and water. This represents the need to balance all aspects of your life, to integrate your physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual selves, to create a sense of wholeness and harmony. It's about integration. I feel like, for some of you, this is about starting a new business or launching a new venture. You have a brilliant idea, a unique product, or a valuable service to offer the world. The Magician is here to tell you that now is the time to bring your vision to life. You have the skills, the resources, and the support you need to succeed. Don't be afraid to take the leap. And this is where that unfolding compassion comes in again. Be patient with yourself as you learn and grow. It's okay to make mistakes along the way. Just keep practicing, keep experimenting, and keep believing in your potential. And celebrate every success, no matter how small, every small step. The Magician is also about communication. It's about expressing yourself clearly and confidently. It's about sharing your ideas with the world. It's about connecting with others and building meaningful relationships. It's about clear communication. I feel like, for some of you, this is about using your voice to make a difference, to speak up for what you believe in, to advocate for others, to inspire change. You have a powerful message to share, and the world needs to hear it. Do not hide your voice. And this card is also about taking responsibility for your own life. It's about realizing that you are the creator of your own reality. You have the power to choose your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions. You have the power to manifest your dreams. So, choose wisely. I feel like there's a need to be mindful of your intentions. What are you trying to create? What kind of energy are you putting out into the world? Are you aligned with your highest good? Are you serving others? The Magician reminds you that your intentions matter, a lot. And honestly, this card is just pure magic. It's like the universe is saying, you are a powerful creator. You have the ability to manifest anything you desire. Now go out there and make some magic happen. It's such an empowering feeling. I love this card. The Magician is reminding you that you are not limited by your circumstances. You are not defined by your past. You are not restricted by your fears. You are a powerful being with unlimited potential, and you have the ability to create the life of your dreams. All the ingredients are here, so embrace the energy of the Magician. Tap into your inner power. Master your craft. Express yourself clearly. Take responsibility for your life, and manifest your dreams. You are a magician. You are a creator. You are capable of anything. You are magic. And remember, the Rhodonite Angel is here to help you flow through any challenges that arise, to bring compassion to yourself and others, to remind you that you are not alone, to support you on your journey, to help you create a life filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. All flowing, baby. Okay, so to bring it all together, we have the Ten of Wands, the Chariot, and the Magician. This is a journey from feeling overwhelmed and burdened to taking control of your life and manifesting your dreams. It's about releasing what no longer serves you, asserting your will, and creating a life filled with purpose, passion, and joy. It's a full evolution. It's about using your inner strength, your skills, and your talents to bring your visions to life. It's about believing in yourself, trusting the universe, and taking action. It's about knowing that you have everything you need within you to succeed. Everything. And it's about bringing compassion to yourself and others along the way. About recognizing that you are not alone, that you are supported, and that you are loved. It's about creating a life that is not only successful, but also meaningful and fulfilling. So embrace this journey, release the burdens, take control, manifest your dreams, and create a life filled with love, joy, and fulfillment. The universe is waiting for you to shine. And I am so excited to see what you create. You got this. Remember to flow. Okay, so after all that amazing energy, we've got the Emperor. Oh my gosh. Okay, so after the pure potential of the Magician, the Emperor is okay, that's cool and all, but how are you actually going to build something with that? You know. It's like the Magician gives you all the tools, but the Emperor is the one who tells you how to use them to, build a house that will last. It is so interesting that this is where you are on your journey right now, because the Emperor is all about structure, authority, and creating a solid foundation. Which after the Ten of Wands of feeling so overwhelmed, and then the Chariot of taking control, the Emperor is okay, now let's get organized. And, the Rhodonite Angel is all about flow. And the Emperor can sometimes feel a little rigid, so it's all about finding that balance, right? Creating structure that supports your flow instead of stifling it. It's not about building a prison, it's about building a palace, a place where you can, truly thrive. So, the Emperor is all about taking charge, but it's a different kind of taking charge than the Chariot. The Chariot was raw willpower, I'm gonna do this. But the Emperor is more strategic leadership. It's about creating systems, delegating tasks, and building a team so you don't have to do everything yourself. It's about being the boss, but a good boss, One who inspires and empowers others, not one who micromanages and controls. Okay, so it's you've got all this amazing energy from the Magician, all these ideas and possibilities, but the Emperor is asking you, how are you going to turn that into something real? Something tangible, something that will last. It's not enough to just have the potential, you have to, actually do something with it. Think of it like this, you have this incredible business idea, right? The Magician gave you all the inspiration and the confidence to go for it. But the Emperor is the one who helps you write the business plan, secure funding, hire employees, and actually run the business. He's the one who makes sure the trains run on time, And that everything is running smoothly and efficiently. Okay, so this is a huge call to action to get organized, to create systems, to delegate tasks, to build a strong foundation for your dreams. Because otherwise they're just going to stay dreams, and you don't want that. You deserve to see your dreams become a reality. You really do. So one of the key things about the Emperor is authority. But it's not just about external authority, like being the CEO of a company. It's also about internal authority, like being the boss of your own life. It's about taking responsibility for your choices, setting boundaries, and making decisions that are in your best interest. And I feel this is really important, especially after the Ten of Wands, because you've been letting other people dictate your life for too long. You've been carrying their burdens, following their rules, and sacrificing your own needs. But the Emperor is enough is enough. It's time to take back your power. It's time to set your own rules, to make your own decisions, to create a life that is truly aligned with your values and your desires. Think about it Are you letting your parents, your partner, your boss, or society tell you what to do? Are you living your life according to their expectations, or are you living it according to your own truth? Are you making choices that make you happy, or are you making choices that you think will please others? The Emperor is asking you to be honest with yourself about this, to identify the areas where you're giving your power away, and to start taking it back one step at a time. And this doesn't mean, like, becoming a dictator, you know? It doesn't mean being controlling or manipulative. It just means being assertive, confident, and clear about what you want and what you need. It means standing up for yourself. It means saying no when you need to. It means prioritizing your own well-being. And this can be really hard, especially if you're used to being a people pleaser. But it's so important. Because, you can't truly help others if you're not taking care of yourself first. You can't pour from an empty cup, right? And the thing is, when you start taking authority in your own life, other people will respect you more. They may not always like it, but they will respect it. Because they'll see that you're strong, confident, and authentic. And that's really attractive. People are drawn to those who know who they are and what they want. It's super magnetic, and you deserve that respect. So, how can you start taking more authority in your own life? Well, one thing you can do is to start setting boundaries. To say no to things that drain your energy or don't align with your values. To protect your time and your space. This can be as simple as saying no to an invitation that you don't really want to accept, or as big as ending a relationship that is no longer serving you. And it can be super scary, but it's also incredibly liberating. Because, when you start setting boundaries, you're telling the universe that you value yourself, that you respect yourself, and that you're not willing to settle for less than you deserve. Another thing you can do is to start making decisions that are in your best interest, even if they're not popular with others. To prioritize your own needs, even if it means disappointing someone else. This can be as simple as taking a day off work when you're feeling burned out, or as big as changing careers to pursue your passion. And it can be really challenging, especially if you're used to putting others first. But it's so important to remember that you are the most important person in your life. And that you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be fulfilled. You deserve to live a life that is true to you. So, it's what decisions are you putting off because you're afraid of what others will think? What changes are you afraid to make because you don't want to rock the boat? The Emperor is urging you to be brave, to trust your intuition, and to make the choices that are right for you, even if they're not easy. And this doesn't mean being selfish or inconsiderate. It just means being self-respectful. It means recognizing that your needs are just as important as everyone else's, and that you have the right to prioritize them. You have the right to be happy. You have the right to live a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. You have the right to make choices that are in your own best interest. You have the right to say no to things that don't serve you. You have the right to set boundaries. You have the right to take authority in your own life. You have all those rights. Okay, so another key aspect of the Emperor is structure. And this is really important for manifesting your dreams because, you can't just sit around and wait for things to happen. You have to create a plan, set goals, and take action. You have to build a structure that supports your vision. So, it's what kind of structure do you need to create in your life to support your dreams? Do you need to create a daily routine? Do you need to set up a budget? Do you need to find a mentor or a coach? Do you need to join a mastermind group? Do you need to take a course or a workshop? Do you need to hire a virtual assistant? Do you need to declutter your home or your office? These are all forms of structure, and they can all help you to achieve your goals. Think about it like this, if you want to write a book, you need to create a writing schedule. You need to set a daily word count goal. You need to find a quiet place to work. You need to eliminate distractions. You need to create a structure that allows you to focus and be productive. And if you want to start a business, you need to create a business plan. You need to secure funding. You need to build a website. You need to market your products or services. You need to create a structure that allows you to attract customers and generate revenue. And if you want to improve your health, you need to create a healthy eating plan. You need to establish a regular exercise routine. You need to get enough sleep. You need to manage your stress. You need to create a structure that supports your physical and mental well-being. So it's like, what areas of your life are lacking structure? Where do you feel disorganized or chaotic? What systems can you put in place to create more order and efficiency? The Emperor is urging you to get practical, to get organized, to get structured, to create a solid foundation for your dreams. Because, without structure, your dreams are just going to be castles in the sky. And you want them to be real, right? Okay, so, another thing about the Emperor is that he's all about delegation. And this is really important, especially if you're still feeling overwhelmed from that Ten of Wands energy. You can't do it all yourself, and you shouldn't have to. The Emperor knows how to build a team, how to assign tasks, and how to trust others to do their jobs. He is not a micromanager. So, it's who can you delegate to in your life? What tasks can you hand off to someone else? Do you have a partner who can help with the housework? Do you have children who can help with the chores? Do you have a coworker who can help with a project? Do you have a virtual assistant who can help with administrative tasks? Don't be afraid to ask for help. People are usually happy to pitch in. And when you delegate tasks, you free up your time and energy to focus on the things that you're really good at, the things that you enjoy, the things that light you up. And that makes you more productive and more successful. And it also makes you happier. So it's a win-win. Think about it like, if you're spending hours each week doing laundry, but you hate doing laundry, why not hire someone to do it for you? It may cost a little money, but it will save you time and energy. And you can use that time and energy to pursue your passions, to spend time with your loved ones, or to simply relax and recharge. Or if you're struggling with a project at work, why not ask a coworker for help? They may have skills or knowledge that you don't have, and they may be able to offer a fresh perspective. Collaborating with others can lead to better results and can also make the work more enjoyable. And if you're feeling overwhelmed with administrative tasks, why not hire a virtual assistant? They can handle things like scheduling appointments, managing your email, and creating presentations. This can free up a significant amount of your time and allow you to focus on more strategic tasks. So, it's what are you holding onto that you can delegate? What are you trying to do yourself that you could easily hand off to someone else? The Emperor is urging you to let go of the need to control everything, to trust others, and to build a team that supports your vision. Okay, so I think it's important to talk about the shadow side of the Emperor, because every card has one, right? And the shadow side of the Emperor can be rigidity, control, and domination. It's when the Emperor is out of balance, he can become a tyrant. He can become obsessed with power and control. He can become inflexible and unwilling to compromise. And that's not good. That's not what we want. That's the opposite of the flowing energy of the Rhodonite angel. So, it's how can you avoid the shadow side of the Emperor? How can you stay balanced and grounded? Well, one thing you can do is to remember that you're not always right, to be open to other people's opinions and ideas, to be willing to compromise. Think about it are you being too rigid in your thinking? Are you unwilling to consider other perspectives? Are you trying to force your will on others? Are you being too controlling in your relationships? Are you micromanaging your team at work? The Emperor is asking you to check yourself, to be honest with yourself about your own tendencies, and to be willing to adjust your behavior if necessary. And this is where the unfolding compassion comes in again, big time. Because, it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay to be imperfect. It's okay to not have all the answers. Just keep moving forward and stay open. And, another thing you can do is to cultivate empathy and compassion, to try to understand other people's perspectives, to be kind and supportive, to create a culture of trust and respect. Because, when you treat others with kindness and respect, they're more likely to trust you and support you. And that makes it easier to build a strong team and achieve your goals. Think about it are you being empathetic to your employees? Are you listening to their concerns? Are you creating a work environment that is supportive and inclusive? Are you being compassionate to your partner? Are you validating their feelings? Are you showing them that you care? The Emperor is urging you to lead with your heart, to be a compassionate leader, to create a culture of kindness and respect, to treat others the way you want to be treated, And when you do that, you'll find that you're more successful and more fulfilled. And it's not just about being nice, it's also about being fair, to treat everyone equally, to give everyone a fair chance, to create a level playing field. And this can be challenging, especially if you have biases or prejudices. But it's so important to be aware of your own biases and to work to overcome them. Because, everyone deserves to be treated with fairness and respect. And when you create a culture of fairness, you'll attract the best people and you'll create a more successful organization. And I feel like, too, sometimes the emperor can represent a fear of responsibility. You might be avoiding taking charge because you're afraid of failing. You're afraid of making mistakes. You're afraid of the pressure that comes with being in charge. But the emperor is it's okay to be scared. Everyone is scared sometimes. But you can't let fear hold you back from achieving your dreams. So, it's what are you afraid of when it comes to taking responsibility? Are you afraid of failing? Are you afraid of making mistakes? Are you afraid of the pressure? The emperor is urging you to face your fears, to push through your discomfort, and to take action even when you're scared. Because, the only way to overcome your fears is to face them. And the more you do it, the easier it will become. And remember the chariot? You got this. So, bringing it all back together, the Ten of Wands was about feeling overwhelmed. The chariot was about taking control. The magician was about manifesting your potential. And now the emperor is about building a solid foundation for your dreams. It's about creating structure, delegating tasks, and taking authority in your own life. It's about balancing masculine and feminine energy. And it's about overcoming your fear of responsibility. I just feel like the Rhodonite angel and that unfolding compassion theme are so key here, because the emperor can be a little intense. But with compassion and with the flow that Rhodonite brings, you can create structure and stability without becoming rigid or controlling. You can be a strong leader without losing your empathy and kindness. This is about building something that lasts, but building it with heart, And honestly, I'm so excited for you. This is such a powerful combination of cards. I just feel like you're on the verge of something amazing. You're about to create a life that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. You're about to build something that is both successful and meaningful. You're about to become the emperor of your own life. Okay, so there are still 2 cards left, right? And I'm feeling with all this structure and authority, the next cards are going to be about bringing in some more flow and intuition. Maybe something to soften the emperor's edges, I cannot wait to see what's next. Okay, deep breaths, here we go. So after all that emperor energy, building and structuring and taking charge, we have the Queen of Swords. Oh honey, she is not messing around. Okay, so if the emperor is building the kingdom, the Queen of Swords is making sure the laws are fair and just, She's the one who's cutting through the BS and making sure everyone is being honest and accountable. And with the Rhodonite angel and the unfolding compassion theme, it's how can we be ruthlessly honest, but also kind and compassionate? Because the Queen of Swords can sometimes be a little intense, a little bit sharp. She doesn't suffer fools, that's for sure. Okay, so the Queen of Swords is all about clarity, intellect, and cutting through illusions. She's let's get real, people. What's really going on here? And after the Ten of Wands, which was all about feeling overwhelmed and burdened, and the Chariot, which was about taking control and asserting your will, and the Magician, which was about manifesting your dreams, and the Emperor, which was about building a structure, the Queen of Swords is okay, now let's make sure we're building on a solid foundation of truth and honesty. Because, you can build a beautiful kingdom, but if it's built on lies or deception, it's just going to crumble, So the Queen of Swords is here to make sure that everything is, above board and transparent. And I feel for some of you, this is about, being really honest with yourself about your own motivations and intentions. Are you building this kingdom for the right reasons? Are you being true to yourself, or are you trying to please someone else? Are you living your life according to your own values, or are you just following the crowd? The Queen of Swords is asking you to, really examine your life and see if it's aligned with your truth. And this can be scary, because sometimes the truth hurts, Sometimes it's easier to just, bury your head in the sand and pretend that everything is okay. But the Queen of Swords is like, no, we need to face the truth, no matter how painful it is. Because that's the only way we can truly grow and evolve. And I feel like, for others of you, this is about, setting really clear boundaries with other people. After the Ten of Wands, you've probably realized that you've been letting people walk all over you for too long. You've been saying yes when you really wanted to say no. You've been sacrificing your own needs to please others. But the Queen of Swords is like, enough is enough. It's time to take back your power and set some boundaries. And this doesn't mean being mean or aggressive, it just means being clear and assertive about what you will and will not tolerate. It means saying no without feeling guilty. It means prioritizing your own well-being. And it means protecting your energy from people who drain you or disrespect you. Think about it, who in your life is constantly asking you for favors? Who is always complaining or gossiping? Who is never there for you when you need them? Those are the people you need to set boundaries with, honey. And it's not always easy, but it's so important for your own mental and emotional health. Because, you can't pour from an empty cup, right? You need to protect your energy so you can continue to build your kingdom and manifest your dreams. And I also feel like, for some of you, this is about, speaking your truth, even if it's unpopular. The Queen of Swords is not afraid to challenge the status quo. She's not afraid to speak her mind, even if it means ruffling feathers. She's not afraid to stand up for what she believes in, even if it means being ostracized. And I feel like you're being called to do the same. You have a powerful voice, and you need to use it to speak your truth, to advocate for others, and to create positive change in the world. But this can be scary because you might be afraid of being judged or criticized. You might be afraid of losing friends or alienating family members. But the Queen of Swords is like, don't let fear hold you back. Your voice matters, and the world needs to hear it. And it's not about being confrontational or argumentative. It's about being clear and honest and authentic. It's about expressing your opinions with confidence and conviction. And it's about standing up for what you believe in, even when it's difficult. Think about it. What issues are you passionate about? What injustices do you see in the world? What changes do you want to make? Those are the areas where you need to use your voice. And it doesn't have to be anything huge. It can be as simple as speaking up in a meeting, or writing a letter to your local newspaper, or starting a conversation with a friend. Every little bit helps. And the more you speak your truth, the more confident you'll become, and the more impact you'll have on the world. Okay, so connecting this to the Emperor, who is all about structure and authority, the Queen of Swords is making sure that the structure is fair and just. She's the one who's questioning the rules and making sure they're not arbitrary or oppressive. She's the one who's holding the Emperor accountable. And that's really important because, power can corrupt, right? And even the most well-intentioned leader can become tyrannical if they're not checked. So, the Queen of Swords is here to provide that check, to make sure that the Emperor is using his power wisely and ethically. And I feel like, for some of you, this is about, challenging authority figures in your own life. Are you blindly following the rules, or are you questioning them? Are you accepting everything you're told, or are you doing your own research? Are you standing up for yourself when you're being treated unfairly, or are you just letting it slide? The Queen of Swords is urging you to be more assertive and independent, to think for yourself, and to challenge the status quo. And this doesn't mean being disrespectful or rebellious, it just means being critical and questioning. It means asking why. It means doing your own research. And it means standing up for what you believe in, even if it means disagreeing with someone in authority. Think about it. Are you blindly following your parents' expectations? Are you accepting your boss's demands without question? Are you going along with the crowd, even when you know it's wrong? The Queen of Swords is wake up, think for yourself, challenge authority. And this can be scary because you might be afraid of getting in trouble or being punished. But the Queen of Swords is don't let fear hold you back. Your integrity is more important than anything else. And the thing about the Queen of Swords, too, is that she's not afraid to be alone. She doesn't need other people's validation or approval. She's confident in her own intellect and her own judgment. She's perfectly happy being independent and self-sufficient. And I feel like this is a really important message for you right now because, you might be feeling pressured to conform or to fit in. You might be worried about what other people think of you. You might be sacrificing your own needs to please others. But the Queen of Swords is like, stop it. You don't need anyone's approval. You are enough. You are strong. You are capable. You can do this on your own. And this doesn't mean being antisocial or isolating yourself. It just means being comfortable in your own skin. It means not needing to rely on other people for your happiness or your self-worth. It means being true to yourself, even if it means being different. Think about it. Are you constantly seeking validation from others? Are you afraid to be alone? Are you sacrificing your own needs to please others? The Queen of Swords is like, let go of that need for approval. Embrace your independence. Be yourself unapologetically. And this can be liberating because when you stop worrying about what other people think, you're free to be yourself. You're free to pursue your own passions. You're free to live your life on your own terms. And that's a really powerful feeling. Okay, so the Queen of Swords is also really good at making decisions. She's able to weigh the pros and cons, to analyze the situation logically, and to come to a clear and decisive conclusion. She doesn't get bogged down in emotions or sentimentality. She's able to see things objectively and to make the best decision for everyone involved. And I feel like this is a really important skill for you to develop because, you might be facing some difficult choices right now. You might be feeling torn between different options. You might be struggling to make a decision. But the Queen of Swords is here to help you. She's here to guide you towards clarity and wisdom. She's here to help you make the best decision for your future. So it's what decisions are you putting off? What choices are you avoiding? What options are you struggling to weigh? The Queen of Swords is urging you to face those decisions head-on, to gather all the information you need, to analyze the situation logically, and to come to a clear and decisive conclusion. And it's not about making the perfect decision, it's about making the best decision you can with the information you have. And it's about trusting your own intuition and your own judgment. And it's about being willing to learn from your mistakes. And I feel like connecting this back to the Magician, who is all about manifesting your dreams, the Queen of Swords is making sure that you're manifesting the right things. She's the one who's questioning your desires and making sure they're aligned with your highest good. She's the one who's helping you to clarify your intentions and to focus your energy on what really matters. And that's really important because, you can manifest anything you want, but if it's not aligned with your soul's purpose, it's not going to make you happy, So, the Queen of Swords is here to help you to get clear on what you really want and to make sure that you're manifesting it for the right reasons. So, it's what are you trying to manifest? Are you manifesting it for yourself, or are you manifesting it for someone else? Are you manifesting it because you truly desire it, or are you manifesting it because you think you should want it? Are you manifesting it because it will make you happy, or are you manifesting it because it will impress others? The Queen of Swords is urging you to be honest with yourself about your desires and to make sure that they're aligned with your highest good. And this can be challenging because sometimes it's hard to know what you really want. Sometimes you're so caught up in other people's expectations that you lose sight of your own desires. But the Queen of Swords is take some time to connect with yourself. Listen to your intuition, ask yourself what really makes you happy, and then manifest that. Okay, but we also have to talk about the shadow side of the Queen of Swords because, she can be a little harsh, She can be too critical, too judgmental, too detached. She can be so focused on logic and reason that she forgets about emotions and compassion. And that's not good. That's not what we want, especially with that rhodonite angel energy floating around. So, it's how can you avoid the shadow side of the Queen of Swords? How can you stay balanced and grounded? Well, one thing you can do is to practice empathy. To try to understand other people's perspectives, to be kind and supportive, to remember that everyone is doing the best they can. Think about it. Are you being too critical of others? Are you judging them too harshly? Are you forgetting that they have their own struggles and challenges? The Queen of Swords is urging you to be more compassionate, to be more understanding, to be more forgiving. And this doesn't mean condoning bad behavior, it just means recognizing that everyone is human and everyone makes mistakes. And it means offering them support and encouragement rather than criticism and judgment. And another thing you can do is to connect with your own emotions, to allow yourself to feel your feelings, even the uncomfortable ones, to not try to suppress or ignore them. Because emotions are a valuable source of information, and they can help you to make better decisions. But if you're too detached from your emotions, you're missing out on a big part of the human experience. So, it's are you suppressing your emotions? Are you afraid to feel your feelings? Are you trying to be too logical and rational? The Queen of Swords is urging you to connect with your emotions, to allow yourself to feel your feelings, to express your feelings in a healthy way, and to use your emotions to guide you towards wisdom and compassion. And I feel sometimes the Queen of Swords can represent a fear of vulnerability. You might be afraid to show your emotions because you think it will make you look weak or vulnerable. You might be afraid to open up to others because you're afraid of getting hurt. But the Queen of Swords is vulnerability is a strength, not a weakness. It takes courage to be vulnerable, and it's the only way to truly connect with others. So, it's are you afraid to be vulnerable? Are you afraid to show your emotions? Are you afraid to open up to others? The Queen of Swords is urging you to embrace your vulnerability, to allow yourself to be seen and heard, to connect with others on a deeper level, and to trust that you are strong enough to handle whatever comes your way. And it's so important to bring that unfolding compassion into all of this, because, the Queen of Swords can get so caught up in the truth that she forgets about the impact her words have on others. She can be so direct that she comes across as insensitive or even cruel. But with compassion, you can temper her sharp intellect with kindness and understanding. You can speak your truth without hurting others. You can set boundaries without being rigid. You can make decisions without being detached. And that's the key to using the Queen of Swords energy in a positive and constructive way. It's about balancing her intellect with your heart. It's about being honest but also kind. It's about being strong but also vulnerable. It's about being clear but also compassionate. So, to bring it all together, the Ten of Wands was about feeling overwhelmed. The Chariot was about taking control. The Magician was about manifesting your potential. The Emperor was about building a structure. And now the Queen of Swords is about bringing clarity, honesty, and discernment to the process. It's about cutting through the BS, setting boundaries, speaking your truth, and making wise decisions. It's about being independent and self-sufficient. And it's about balancing intellect with compassion. And I just feel with that Rhodonite angel energy, you're being guided to use your intellect and your discernment to create a life that is not only successful, but also meaningful and fulfilling. You're being guided to speak your truth with kindness and compassion. You're being guided to set boundaries that protect your energy without isolating you from others. You're being guided to make decisions that are aligned with your highest good and the highest good of all. I'm feeling like the next cards are going to be about bringing in some more emotional support. The Queen of Swords is great at cutting through the BS, but she doesn't always know how to nurture or heal. So, I'm thinking the next cards might be about bringing in some more feminine energy, some more love and compassion, maybe something to soften the Queen of Swords edges, or maybe it'll be something completely unexpected. I can't wait to see. Okay, so after all that Queen of Swords energy, being all sharp and honest and cutting through the crap, we get the Three of Cups. Oh my gosh, this is exactly what we needed. Okay, so if the Queen of Swords is the one saying, okay, let's be real, what's the truth? The Three of Cups is okay, now let's celebrate and connect with our friends and have some fun. It's after all that hard work and all that serious decision-making, we need a little bit of joy and connection. And with the Rhodonite angel being all about flowing compassion, this is just perfect. It's how can we bring that compassion to ourselves and to others by celebrating our successes and connecting with our community? Because you can't just be all serious all the time. You need to have some fun too, You need to nurture your relationships and connect with people who lift you up and support you. It's all about balance. Okay, so the Three of Cups is all about celebration, friendship, and community. It's about connecting with people who make you feel good, who support your dreams, and who celebrate your successes with you. It's about sharing your joy and abundance with others and creating a sense of belonging. And after the Ten of Wands, which was all about feeling overwhelmed and burdened, the Chariot, which was about taking control and asserting your will, the Magician, which was about manifesting your dreams, the Emperor, which was about building a structure, and the Queen of Swords, which was about being honest and discerning, the Three of Cups is okay. Now let's enjoy the fruits of our labor and connect with the people we love. You've done all this work, you've built this amazing foundation, you've stepped into your power, now go out there and share it. And I feel like, for some of you, this is about reconnecting with old friends or making new ones. Have you been feeling isolated or lonely lately? Have you been neglecting your social life? The Three of Cups is a sign that it's time to reach out to your friends, to plan a get-together, to join a club or a group, to do something that will help you to connect with other people. It's so important to have a strong support system, people who you can lean on when you're struggling and who will celebrate your successes with you. Because you can't do it all alone, you need other people in your life to help you to grow and to thrive. And it doesn't have to be a huge group of people. It can just be a few close friends who you trust and who you can be yourself with. The important thing is to have people in your life who make you feel loved and supported. Think about it. Who are the people who make you feel good? Who are the people who lift you up? Who are the people who support your dreams? Those are the people you need to invest in. Those are the people you need to spend time with. Those are the people you need to nurture your relationships with. And don't be afraid to reach out to people you haven't seen in a while. Sometimes all it takes is a simple phone call or a text message to rekindle a friendship. And don't be afraid to put yourself out there and meet new people. Join a club, take a class, volunteer for a cause you care about. There are so many ways to connect with people who share your interests and your values. And you never know, you might just meet your new best friend. And I feel for others of you, this is about celebrating a success or an accomplishment. Have you been working really hard on something lately? Have you finally achieved a goal you've been striving for? The Three of Cups is a sign that it's time to celebrate your success. Throw a party, go out for a nice dinner, treat yourself to something special. You deserve it. And don't forget to share your success with the people who supported you along the way. Thank them for their help and let them know how much you appreciate them. Because, success is always sweeter when it's shared with others. Think about it. What have you accomplished lately? What are you proud of? What do you want to celebrate? Those are the things you need to focus on. Those are the things you need to share with the people you love. And don't be afraid to brag a little bit. It's okay to be proud of your accomplishments. It's okay to celebrate your successes. You've earned it. And I also feel for some of you, this is about creative collaboration. Are you a creative person? Do you enjoy making art, writing, music, or anything else that allows you to express yourself? The Three of Cups is a sign that it's time to collaborate with other creative people. Join a writing group, start a band, form an art collective. Working with other creative people can be incredibly inspiring and rewarding. You can learn from each other, support each other, and create something amazing together. And it's also just a lot of fun. Think about it. Who are the creative people in your life? Who do you admire? Who do you want to work with? Those are the people you need to reach out to. Those are the people you need to collaborate with. And don't be afraid to share your ideas and your talents. You have something unique to offer the world. And when you collaborate with others, you can create something even more amazing. Okay, so connecting this back to the Queen of Swords, who is all about honesty and discernment, the Three of Cups is making sure that you're celebrating with the right people. She's the one who's questioning your friendships and making sure they're not toxic or draining. She's the one who's helping you to discern who your true friends are and who are just using you. And that's really important because, not everyone is your friend, you know? Some people are just energy vampires who will suck you dry and leave you feeling depleted. So, the Queen of Swords is here to help you to identify those people and to set boundaries with them. Think about it. Who in your life is always negative? Who is always complaining? Who is always gossiping? those are the people you need to limit your contact with. Those are the people who are draining your energy. And it's not about being mean or judgmental, it's about protecting yourself. It's about surrounding yourself with people who lift you up and who support your dreams. It's about creating a positive and supportive environment for yourself. And I feel like, for some of you, this is about letting go of friendships that are no longer serving you. Have you outgrown some of your friends? Have you realized that you no longer have anything in common? It's okay to let go of those friendships. It doesn't mean that you're a bad person. It just means that you're evolving and growing. And sometimes, you need to make room in your life for new people who are more aligned with your current values and goals. Think about it. What friendships are you holding onto out of obligation? What friendships are you clinging to because you're afraid of being alone? What friendships are you maintaining even though they're making you miserable? The Queen of Swords is urging you to let go of those friendships, to make room for new, more supportive relationships. And it can be scary, but it's also liberating. Because when you let go of the people who are dragging you down, you create space for the people who will lift you up. Okay, so the Three of Cups is also about abundance and prosperity. It's about recognizing that you have enough and that you're worthy of receiving good things. It's about celebrating your blessings and sharing them with others. And I feel like this is a really important message for you right now because, you might be struggling with feelings of scarcity or lack. You might be focusing on what you don't have rather than what you do have. But the Three of Cups is here to remind you that you are abundant. You are blessed. You have so much to be grateful for. Think about it. What are you grateful for? What are your blessings? What are the good things in your life? Those are the things you need to focus on. Those are the things you need to celebrate. And don't be afraid to ask for more. You deserve to receive good things. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be prosperous. And I feel like, for some of you, this is about opening yourself up to receive more abundance. Are you blocking yourself from receiving good things? Are you afraid of success? Are you afraid of being happy? The Three of Cups is urging you to let go of those fears and to open yourself up to receive all the good things that the universe has to offer. And it's not about being greedy or materialistic. It's about recognizing that you're worthy of abundance and that you can use your abundance to make the world a better place. It's all about intention, baby. Think about it. What are you afraid of when it comes to abundance? Are you afraid of losing it? Are you afraid of being judged? Are you afraid of being responsible? The Three of Cups is urging you to face those fears and to let them go. To trust that you are capable of handling abundance and that you can use it for good. And I also feel like this can be about literal abundance, like money. Maybe this is a sign of a financial windfall coming your way. Maybe a raise, a bonus, a new job, or even winning the lottery. Okay, maybe not the lottery, but you never know. The universe works in mysterious ways. But even if it's not a huge amount of money, it's still a sign that you're on the right track and that you're attracting abundance into your life. Okay, so the Three of Cups is also about sisterhood and female empowerment. It's about supporting other women and celebrating their successes. It's about creating a community of strong, confident women who lift each other up. And I feel like this is a really important message for you right now, because, you might be feeling competitive with other women. You might be comparing yourself to them. You might be feeling jealous of their successes. But the Three of Cups is here to remind you that there's enough for everyone. There's enough success, enough happiness, enough abundance. And when you support other women, you're not diminishing your own chances of success, you're actually increasing them. Because, when women support each other, amazing things can happen. Think about it. Who are the women in your life who inspire you? Who are the women who you admire? Who are the women who you want to support? Those are the women you need to connect with. Those are the women you need to celebrate. And don't be afraid to reach out to them and offer your support. A simple compliment, a word of encouragement, or a helping hand can make a big difference in someone's life. And I feel like, for some of you, this is about healing your relationship with other women. Have you had negative experiences with women in the past? Have you been hurt or betrayed by a female friend? It's okay to forgive those women and to move on. It's okay to heal those wounds. And it's possible to create new, positive relationships with women who will support you and love you for who you are. Think about it. What negative beliefs do you have about women? Where did those beliefs come from? How can you challenge those beliefs and create new, more positive ones? The Three of Cups is urging you to heal your relationship with other women and to embrace the power of sisterhood. And I feel like this is especially important if you identify as a woman, because, society often pits women against each other. We're taught to be competitive, to compare ourselves, to tear each other down. But the Three of Cups is a reminder that we're stronger together. We're more powerful when we support each other. And when we celebrate each other's successes, we're creating a better world for all women. Okay, but we also have to talk about the shadow side of the Three of Cups, because every card has one, right? And the shadow side of the Three of Cups can be overindulgence, gossip, and superficiality. It's when the Three of Cups is out of balance, it can lead to excessive partying, neglecting your responsibilities, and getting caught up in drama. And that's not good. That's not what we want. We want to celebrate and connect with others, but we also want to stay grounded and responsible. So it's how can you avoid the shadow side of the Three of Cups? How can you stay balanced and grounded? Well, one thing you can do is to practice moderation, to enjoy your celebrations, but not to overdo it, to set limits for yourself and to stick to them. Think about it. Are you overindulging in alcohol, food, or other substances? Are you neglecting your responsibilities because you're too busy partying? Are you getting caught up in gossip or drama? The Three of Cups is urging you to be more mindful and to practice moderation. It's okay to have fun, but it's also important to take care of yourself and to be responsible. And another thing you can do is to be discerning about who you spend your time with, to surround yourself with people who are positive, supportive, and inspiring, to avoid people who are negative, draining, or gossipy, because the people you spend time with can have a big impact on your energy and your mood. So, it's important to choose your friends wisely. Think about it. Are you spending time with people who lift you up or who drag you down? Are you surrounding yourself with people who are positive and supportive or who are negative and draining? The Three of Cups is urging you to be more discerning about your friendships and to choose to spend time with people who make you feel good. And I feel sometimes the Three of Cups can represent a fear of intimacy. You might be afraid to get too close to people because you're afraid of getting hurt. You might be afraid to show your vulnerability because you think it will make you look weak. But the Three of Cups is intimacy is a gift, it's a blessing, it's what makes life worth living. So, it's are you afraid of intimacy? Are you afraid to get too close to people? Are you afraid to show your vulnerability? The Three of Cups is urging you to embrace intimacy, to allow yourself to be seen and heard, to connect with others on a deeper level, and to trust that you are strong enough to handle whatever comes your way. It's about loving and trusting yourself. And all of this is flowing right into that Rhodonite angel energy, because it's all about creating connections from the heart. It's about finding those people who resonate with your soul and nurturing those relationships. It's about celebrating the joy and abundance that life has to offer, not just for yourself, but for everyone around you. It's about creating a ripple effect of positivity and compassion. And it's about remembering that you are not alone. You are surrounded by love and support. You are part of a community, and you are worthy of all the good things that life has to offer. It all connects. So, to bring it all together, the Ten of Wands was about feeling overwhelmed. The Chariot was about taking control. The Magician was about Hey there, you lovely souls drawn to the aquamarine raw crystal. Welcome to your reading, all about the whispers of inner peace. Aquamarine, in its raw, natural state, is all about grounding you, connecting you to the earth so you can truly hear what your soul already knows. And that's what this reading is here to illuminate those quiet whispers, the gentle nudges towards a deeper sense of serenity and understanding within yourself, guiding you to your inner peace. Okay, so we have the Knight of Wands, the Hermit, and the Ace of Swords. These cards, they paint such a cool picture together, like a journey, you know. It's not just about, like, bam, inner peace, but more like a process, a dance. So let's dive right in because honestly, I'm super excited to see where this goes. First up, we have the Knight of Wands. Oh man, this card is all about energy, like fiery, passionate energy. This knight is like, I'm going somewhere, I'm doing something, and I'm doing it now. He's that impulsive energy, that feeling of needing to be constantly on the move, searching for something, anything, to ignite that spark within. You know that feeling, right? That restlessness, that itch to just go? Maybe you've been feeling this lately, like this urge to start a new project, to travel, to just shake things up. It's that feeling of, okay, what's next? What adventure awaits? It's all about chasing after your passions, being bold, being courageous, and just diving headfirst into the unknown. But here's the thing. Sometimes that constant motion, that relentless pursuit of the next exciting thing, can actually keep you away from inner peace. It's like you're so busy chasing the external, you forget to check in with yourself, to see what's really going on inside. You know, like running on a hamster wheel? Lots of energy, lots of movement, but are you really getting anywhere? This knight can be a bit much, honestly. He can be impulsive, a little reckless, and sometimes he doesn't really think things through before he acts. It's like ready, fire, aim, and that can lead to some, well, let's just say not so peaceful situations. Maybe some conflicts, some misunderstandings, some burnt bridges along the way. So this Knight of Wands energy, it's not inherently bad, not at all. It's about passion, drive, and a zest for life. But it needs to be balanced. It needs to be tempered with something else, and that's where the Hermit comes in. Ah, the Hermit. What a contrast to the Knight, right? Where the Knight is all about outward energy, the Hermit is all about inward reflection. He's retreated to his cave, or his mountaintop, or wherever his peaceful place is to just be, to disconnect from the noise, from the chaos, from all the external distractions, and just listen to the whispers of his own soul. This card is about solitude, introspection, and finding wisdom within. It's about taking a step back from the world, from all the demands and expectations, and just asking yourself, okay, what do I really need? What do I really want? What's truly important to me? Maybe you've been feeling this pull lately, this need to just unplug, to disconnect, to get away from it all. Maybe you're craving some quiet time, some space to just be with your own thoughts. It's like you're realizing that all the answers you've been searching for outside of yourself, they're actually inside you all along. The Hermit isn't about isolating yourself forever, though. It's not about becoming a recluse and shutting out the world. It's about taking that necessary time for yourself to recharge, to reflect, to gain clarity, so that you can then come back to the world with a renewed sense of purpose and direction. Think of it like this. The Knight of Wands is running around like crazy, trying to find something, anything, to fill that void inside. But the Hermit is saying, hey, hold on a second. Maybe what you're looking for isn't out there. Maybe it's in here. And this is where the magic happens, you know? When you combine the energy of the Knight of Wands with the wisdom of the Hermit. When you take that passion, that drive, that zest for life, and you channel it inwards, you use it to fuel your own self-discovery, your own personal growth. But how do you actually do that? How do you go from being the restless knight, always searching, always striving, to becoming the hermit, peaceful and content in his own solitude? Well, that's where the Ace of Swords comes in. The Ace of Swords. This card is all about clarity, truth, and new beginnings. It's like after all that searching, all that reflecting, you finally have a breakthrough. You finally see things clearly with a new perspective, a new understanding. This ace represents a mental breakthrough, a moment of clarity where you cut through all the confusion, all the illusions, and you see the truth for what it is. It's like the fog has lifted and you can finally see the path ahead. Maybe you've been struggling with a difficult decision lately or a challenging situation. You've been going back and forth, weighing the pros and cons, trying to figure out what to do. But with the Ace of Swords, you suddenly have that aha moment. You finally understand what needs to be done, and you have the courage to do it. This card is also about new beginnings. It's like, with this newfound clarity, you're ready to start fresh. You're ready to leave the past behind and move forward with confidence and conviction. It's like you've cleared away all the old, outdated beliefs and patterns that were holding you back, and you're ready to create something new, something better. The Ace of Swords can be a bit sharp, though, honestly. It can be a bit cutting. Sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes seeing things clearly means facing some uncomfortable realities, but it's necessary. It's necessary to cut away what's no longer serving you to make room for what is. So, how does this all tie together with inner peace? Well, think about it. The Knight of Wands is searching for something, but he doesn't know what it is. He's restless, he's driven, but he's also a bit lost. The Hermit steps back, goes inward, and seeks wisdom within. And the Ace of Swords provides the clarity, the truth, the new beginning that allows you to finally find that inner peace. It's like the Knight is the question, the Hermit is the search for the answer, and the Ace is the answer itself. And the answer, ultimately, is within you. It's about finding that balance between action and reflection, between passion and peace, between striving and surrendering. So, what does this mean for you, specifically? Well, that depends on your own individual situation, your own unique journey. But I think, at its core, this reading is telling you to trust yourself. Trust your intuition. Trust your inner wisdom. You have all the answers you need within you. You just need to take the time to listen. Maybe you need to take a break from all the hustle and bustle of your daily life and just spend some time alone, in nature, or in meditation, or just doing something that brings you joy. Maybe you need to journal or talk to a trusted friend or therapist to help you process your thoughts and emotions. Whatever it is, make sure you're prioritizing your own well-being. Make sure you're taking care of yourself, both physically and mentally. Because you can't pour from an empty cup, right? You need to fill yourself up first, so that you can then go out into the world and share your gifts with others. And remember, inner peace isn't about being happy all the time. It's not about avoiding difficult emotions or challenging situations. It's about accepting yourself, accepting your life, accepting the present moment exactly as it is. It's about finding that sense of equanimity, that sense of inner stability that allows you to weather any storm. The Knight of Wands might be saying, go, 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 do, but the Hermit is whispering, be still. Know thyself. And the Ace of Swords is declaring, the truth will set you free. And that truth, ultimately, is that you are already whole, you are already complete, you are already worthy of love and happiness. You just need to remember it. So, embrace the energy of the Knight of Wands, but temper it with the wisdom of the Hermit. Seek clarity with the Ace of Swords, and trust that you have everything you need within you to find your own inner peace. This is all about recognizing where you are putting your energy and intention. Are you running around like the Knight, chasing one thing after another and never satisfied? Or are you taking the time to go within, like the Hermit, and connect with your own inner wisdom? The Ace of Swords is there to help you cut through the confusion and see things clearly, so you can make choices that are aligned with your highest good. It's an invitation to step into your power and create a life that is truly fulfilling and peaceful. Okay, so let's break this down a little further, because I feel like there's even more to unpack here. Let's start with the Knight of Wands again. I mentioned that he's all about passion and energy, but he can also be a bit impatient and impulsive. He wants things to happen now, and he's not always willing to wait for the right timing. This can lead to frustration and disappointment, especially if things don't go according to plan. Maybe you've been feeling this impatience in your own life lately. Maybe you have a goal that you're working towards, but you're not seeing results as quickly as you'd like. Or maybe you're in a relationship that's not progressing at the pace you'd hoped for. Whatever it is, the Knight of Wands is reminding you to be patient and trust the process. Things will unfold in their own time, and you can't force them to happen any faster. He's also reminding you to be mindful of your actions. Think before you act and consider the consequences of your choices. Don't let your impulsiveness lead you down a path that you'll later regret. Take a deep breath, center yourself, and make sure you're acting from a place of clarity and intention. Now, let's move on to the Hermit. This card is all about introspection and solitude, but it's also about seeking guidance from within. The Hermit has retreated from the world to connect with his own inner wisdom, and he's inviting you to do the same. He's encouraging you to take some time for yourself, to disconnect from the external noise and listen to the whispers of your own soul. This doesn't necessarily mean you have to go live in a cave, of course. It just means you need to create some space in your life for quiet reflection. Maybe you can set aside some time each day for meditation, journaling, or simply being still. Maybe you can take a weekend retreat to reconnect with nature and yourself. Whatever works for you, make sure you're prioritizing this time for self-reflection. The Hermit is also reminding you that you have all the answers you need within you. You don't need to look outside of yourself for guidance or validation. Trust your intuition, trust your inner wisdom, and trust that you know what's best for you. The answers are there, waiting for you to discover them. And finally, we have the Ace of Swords. This card is all about clarity, truth, and new beginnings, but it's also about cutting through illusions and seeing things as they really are. The Ace of Swords is like a sharp sword that can cut through the fog of confusion and reveal the truth that lies beneath. This can be a bit uncomfortable, as I mentioned before, because sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes seeing things clearly means facing some difficult realities, but it's necessary to cut away what's no longer serving you to make room for what is. The Ace of Swords is also about making decisions. It's about taking that clarity and using it to make choices that are aligned with your highest good. It's about stepping into your power and taking control of your life. This card is also about communication. The sword represents the power of words and the ability to express yourself clearly and effectively. It's important to communicate your needs and boundaries to others and to speak your truth with confidence and conviction. So, how do you integrate these 3 cards into your life to find inner peace? Well, it starts with recognizing the energy of the Knight of Wands and learning to temper it with the wisdom of the Hermit. It's about being passionate and driven, but also patient and mindful. It's about seeking guidance from within and trusting your own inner wisdom. And then, it's about using the clarity of the Ace of Swords to cut through illusions and make choices that are aligned with your highest good. It's about speaking your truth and communicating your needs effectively. It's about stepping into your power and creating a life that is truly fulfilling and peaceful. Think about it this way. The Knight of Wands is the spark of inspiration, the initial idea that ignites your passion. The Hermit is the period of incubation, the time you spend nurturing that idea and developing it into something concrete. And the Ace of Swords is the moment of manifestation, when you finally bring that idea into the world and share it with others. It's a cycle of creation, a dance between action and reflection, between passion and peace. And it's all guided by your own inner wisdom, your own unique truth. This reading is really about empowering you to take control of your life and create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. It's about recognizing your own inner strength and trusting that you have everything you need to succeed. The whispers of inner peace are always there, waiting for you to listen. And with the guidance of the Knight of Wands, the Hermit, and the Ace of Swords, you can finally hear them and embrace them. Let's dig even deeper, because, sometimes these things have layers like an onion. And like, who doesn't love a good onion? Metaphor. Okay, so thinking about these cards in a different way, what if the Knight of Wands isn't just about external action, but also about internal exploration? What if he's not just running around trying to find something out there, but also trying to understand something in here? Maybe the Knight of Wands represents your inner child, that part of you that's curious, playful, and always seeking new experiences. But maybe that inner child feels lost or confused, like it doesn't know where it belongs or what it's supposed to be doing. And the Hermit, instead of just being about solitude, could also represent your inner guide, that wise and compassionate voice within you that's always there to offer support and guidance. Maybe your inner guide is trying to help your inner child find its way, but the inner child isn't listening. It's too busy running around, chasing after distractions, and ignoring the whispers of its own soul. So, the Ace of Swords, in this context, could represent the moment when your inner child finally hears your inner guide. It's the moment when you finally understand what your soul has been trying to tell you all along. It's the moment when you finally connect with your own inner truth and start living a life that's aligned with your authentic self. This could be a really powerful reading about healing your inner child and integrating your shadow self. It's about recognizing the different parts of yourself and learning to accept and love them all, even the parts that you don't like or understand. The Knight of Wands, in his more challenging aspects, could represent your shadow self, those hidden or repressed aspects of your personality that you're afraid to acknowledge. Maybe you're afraid to express your anger, or your sadness, or your vulnerability. Maybe you're afraid to be yourself because you're afraid of being judged or rejected. But the Hermit is reminding you that your shadow self is not something to be feared or suppressed. It's a part of you, and it deserves to be loved and accepted just like any other part of you. When you integrate your shadow self, you become more whole, more complete, more authentic. And the Ace of Swords is the key to unlocking that integration. It's the clarity and understanding that allows you to see your shadow self for what it really is. A collection of wounded parts that are crying out for love and attention. When you can approach your shadow self with compassion and understanding, you can start to heal those wounds and integrate those parts back into your personality. You can become more authentic, more confident, and more empowered. This reading is really about self-acceptance and self-love. It's about recognizing that you're not perfect, and that's okay. It's about embracing your flaws and your imperfections and loving yourself anyway. The whispers of inner peace are always there, waiting for you to listen. And with the guidance of the Knight of Wands, the Hermit, and the Ace of Swords, you can finally hear them and embrace them. You can finally heal your inner child, integrate your shadow self, and start living a life that's aligned with your authentic self. You can finally find your own inner peace. Okay, I'm getting even more insights here. Like, this is just blowing my mind, honestly. What if we look at these cards not as separate entities, but as stages in a process of transformation? The Knight of Wands in this interpretation represents the initial stage of discomfort or dissatisfaction. It's that feeling that something's not quite right, that you're not living your life to the fullest. Maybe you're feeling stuck in a rut, or unfulfilled in your career, or disconnected from your relationships. This discomfort can be a powerful catalyst for change, but it can also be overwhelming and confusing. You may not know what you want or how to get it, but you know that something needs to change. The Hermit then represents the stage of introspection and self-discovery. It's the time you spend alone, reflecting on your life and trying to figure out what you really want. This can be a challenging time, as you may have to confront some uncomfortable truths about yourself and your life, but it's also a necessary time. It's the time when you connect with your own inner wisdom and start to understand your true purpose. It's the time when you develop a clear vision for your future. And then, the Ace of Swords represents the stage of action and manifestation. It's the time when you take that vision and turn it into reality. It's the time when you make the necessary changes in your life to align with your true purpose. This can be a scary time, as you may have to step outside of your comfort zone and take risks. But it's also an exciting time, as you start to see the fruits of your labor and create a life that is truly fulfilling and meaningful. This process of transformation is not always linear. You may go back and forth between the different stages, or you may experience them all at once. But the key is to trust the process and to keep moving forward, even when it's difficult. The Knight of Wands is reminding you to embrace the discomfort and to use it as a catalyst for change. The Hermit is reminding you to connect with your own inner wisdom and to develop a clear vision for your future. And the Ace of Swords is reminding you to take action and to manifest that vision into reality. This reading is really about empowering you to transform your life and to create a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. It's about trusting the process and believing in yourself. It's about knowing that you have the power to create the life you want and that the whispers of inner peace are always there to guide you. Okay, I think I'm starting to see how this all connects back to the aquamarine crystal and the theme of whispers of inner peace. The aquamarine is all about grounding, right? It's about connecting you to the earth and helping you to feel stable and secure. The Knight of Wands, in his ungrounded state, is like a kite flying in the wind, tossed around by every passing breeze. He's disconnected from the earth, and he's easily overwhelmed by external forces. The Hermit, on the other hand, is deeply grounded. He's connected to the earth, and he's able to withstand any storm. He's found his inner peace by disconnecting from the external world and connecting with his own inner wisdom. And the Ace of Swords is the bridge between these two states. It's the clarity and understanding that allows you to ground yourself, even in the midst of chaos. It's the ability to cut through the distractions and connect with your own inner peace. This reading is really about finding that balance between action and stillness, between passion and peace. It's about learning to ground yourself, even when you're feeling overwhelmed or disconnected. The Aquamarine is there to help you. It's a reminder that you are always connected to the earth, and that you always have access to your own inner peace. All you have to do is listen to the whispers. These cards are urging you to listen to the whispers of your soul and to trust that you are always being guided towards your highest good. Even when things seem chaotic or confusing, there is a deeper wisdom at play. Trust the process, believe in yourself, and know that you are always loved and supported. The whispers of inner peace are always there, waiting for you to listen, waiting to guide you home. Okay, so, wow, Temperance. This is like such a cool card to come up right now, you know? After all that energy with the Knight of Wands, the introspection of the Hermit, and the clarity of the Ace of Swords, Temperance is like, okay, now what do we do with all of this? It's not just about having the energy, or the wisdom, or the clarity, it's about like integrating it all, you know? Finding that balance. So with the Knight of Wands, you have all this fire, this passion, this drive to just like go. But Temperance is saying, hold on, slow down a little bit. Let's not just rush into things without thinking. It's about tempering that fire, like adding a little bit of water to cool it down, make it more manageable, more focused. It's about channeling that energy in a way that's actually productive and sustainable, not just burning yourself out, you know? It's like the Knight of Wands is the gas pedal, but Temperance is the steering wheel and the brakes. You need both to actually get somewhere. And then with the Hermit, you have all this inner wisdom, all this understanding that you've gained from spending time alone and reflecting. But Temperance is saying, okay, don't just keep that wisdom to yourself. How can you share it with the world? How can you use it to help others? It's about finding that balance between solitude and connection, between introspection and action. It's about taking that inner wisdom and like applying it to your life, to your relationships, to your work. It's like the Hermit is the library, but Temperance is the librarian, helping you find the right books and use them to learn and grow. And with the Ace of Swords, you have all this clarity, all this truth that you've uncovered. But Temperance is saying, okay, now what do you do with that truth? How do you communicate it in a way that's loving and compassionate, not just harsh and judgmental? It's about tempering that sharp sword with kindness and understanding. It's about using that clarity to build bridges, not walls. It's like the Ace of Swords is the scalpel, but Temperance is the surgeon, using it with skill and precision to heal, not to harm. So, Temperance is really about finding that middle ground, that sweet spot where all these different energies can come together and create something beautiful. It's about balance, harmony, and patience. It's about trusting the process and knowing that everything is unfolding in its own time. It's about like alchemy, you know, taking something ordinary and turning it into something extraordinary. This card is seriously all about balance, like in every aspect of your life. It's about finding that equilibrium between work and play, between giving and receiving, between action and rest. Maybe you've been feeling like out of whack lately, you know? Like you're spending too much time working and not enough time relaxing, or you're giving too much to others and not enough to yourself. Temperance is a reminder to check in with yourself and see where you need to make adjustments. It's like, think of it like this. If you're driving a car and the tires are out of balance, the ride is going to be bumpy and uncomfortable, right? You need to take it to a mechanic and get the tires balanced so you can have a smooth ride. It's the same with your life. If things feel bumpy and uncomfortable, it's probably because something is out of balance. And Temperance is the mechanic, helping you find that equilibrium and create a smoother, more enjoyable ride. I feel like this message is really about self-care and making sure you aren't too drained to continue, almost as if you are being reminded to pace yourself. Okay, so how does this actually play out in real life? Well, maybe you're in a relationship that's feeling a little rocky. You and your partner have been arguing a lot lately, and you're not feeling as connected as you used to. Temperance is a reminder to communicate with each other calmly and respectfully, to listen to each other's perspectives, and to find compromises that work for both of you. It's about finding that middle ground where you can both feel heard and understood. Maybe there is something you're overlooking in the relationship, or maybe you're feeling stressed out at work. You're working long hours, you're constantly under pressure, and you're starting to feel burned out. Temperance is a reminder to set boundaries, to prioritize your tasks, and to take breaks when you need them. It's about finding that balance between productivity and self-care so you can be effective without sacrificing your well-being. It's like remembering that the job will get done in the end, just not all at once. And maybe you're struggling with a personal challenge, like a health issue or a financial problem. Temperance is a reminder to be patient with yourself, to seek support from others, and to trust that you have the strength to overcome this challenge. It's about finding that balance between action and acceptance, between striving to improve your situation and accepting what you can't control. I almost feel like this is also reminding you to work with what you already have, instead of trying to do too much too soon. Honestly, this card is just so versatile. It applies to pretty much any area of your life where you're feeling out of balance. It's about finding that middle path, that golden mean, where you can thrive and feel your best. This is probably a sign to check in with those things. But temperance isn't just about finding balance, it's also about patience. This card is like the patience card, you know? It's about trusting the process, even when things are moving slowly, and knowing that everything is unfolding in its own time. Maybe you've been working towards a goal for a long time, and you're starting to feel discouraged because you're not seeing results as quickly as you'd like. Temperance is a reminder to keep going, to stay focused on your vision, and to trust that you're on the right track. It's almost like, stop to smell the roses, or the aquamarines in this case. It's like, think of it like this. If you're baking a cake, you can't just throw all the ingredients together and expect it to be perfect right away. You need to follow the recipe, to mix the ingredients carefully, and to bake it in the oven for the right amount of time. If you try to rush the process, the cake might not turn out right. It's the same with your life. You need to be patient, to trust the process, and to allow things to unfold in their own time. Maybe you're waiting for a relationship to develop, or for a job opportunity to come through, or for a creative project to take off. Temperance is a reminder to be patient, to nurture these things with care and attention, and to trust that they will blossom in their own time. Don't force things. It's also about accepting that some things are just beyond your control. You can't force someone to love you, or make a job appear out of thin air, or guarantee the success of a project. But you can control your own actions and attitudes. You can choose to be patient, to be kind, and to be hopeful. And that's what really matters in the end. This really feels like a message about trusting the process and allowing things to fall where they may. So, temperance is really about finding that balance between action and acceptance, between striving to achieve your goals and surrendering to the flow of life. It's about trusting that everything is happening for a reason, even when you can't see it, and knowing that you have the strength to handle whatever comes your way. You have the aquamarine. Okay, so we've talked about balance and patience, but there's another key aspect of temperance that we haven't touched on yet: moderation. This card is all about avoiding extremes and finding that middle path in all things. Maybe you have a tendency to overdo things, to push yourself too hard, or to indulge in unhealthy habits. Temperance is a reminder to practice moderation, to find that sweet spot where you can enjoy life without going overboard. It's like, think of it like this. If you're eating a meal, you don't want to stuff yourself until you're sick, right? You want to eat enough to feel satisfied, but not so much that you feel uncomfortable. It's the same with your life. You want to enjoy the good things, but you don't want to overindulge to the point where it becomes harmful. Maybe you have a tendency to work too much, to spend too much money, or to drink too much alcohol. Temperance is a reminder to set limits, to practice self-control, and to find healthier ways to cope with stress and enjoy life. It's about recognizing your patterns and working to change them. It's also about avoiding extremes in your thinking and your emotions. Maybe you have a tendency to be overly critical, to dwell on negative thoughts, or to get carried away by your emotions. Temperance is a reminder to cultivate a more balanced perspective, to challenge your negative thoughts, and to practice emotional regulation. It's about remembering to be kind to yourself, not hard on yourself. This is especially important when dealing with something emotionally taxing. It's like finding that middle ground in all things, avoiding the extremes of excess and deprivation. It's about finding that sweet spot where you can thrive and feel your best. This sounds like something you would do. So, temperance is really about finding that balance between indulgence and restraint, between pleasure and discipline, between joy and sorrow. It's about learning to enjoy life without going overboard and cultivating a more balanced and harmonious way of being. This is a good message to carry through life. Okay, so let's dig even deeper into this whole idea of alchemy, because I feel like that's really at the heart of temperance. This card isn't just about mixing things together, it's about transforming them, you know? It's about taking something base and turning it into something precious. This is really something that you can use to fuel your inner peace, to fuel the whispers. It's like, think of it like this. In alchemy, you start with lead, which is a heavy, dull metal, and you transform it into gold, which is a light, radiant metal. The process involves a lot of heat, pressure, and mixing, but the end result is something beautiful and valuable. It's the same with your life. You can take your challenges, your struggles, your negative emotions, and transform them into something positive, something meaningful, something that makes you stronger and wiser. Maybe you're dealing with a difficult relationship, a challenging job, or a personal setback. Temperance is a reminder that you can transform these experiences into opportunities for growth and learning. You can use them to develop your resilience, your compassion, and your wisdom. It's about looking for the silver lining, finding the lesson in the challenge, and using it to become a better version of yourself. It's like, think of it like this. If you're going through a breakup, you can choose to be bitter and resentful, or you can choose to learn from the experience and become a more loving and understanding partner in the future. If you're struggling with a job, you can choose to be discouraged and give up, or you can choose to learn new skills and find a job that's a better fit for you. And if you're facing a personal setback, you can choose to be defeated and stay down, or you can choose to get back up, dust yourself off, and keep moving forward. You got this. Temperance is also about transforming your negative emotions into positive ones. Maybe you have a tendency to be angry, anxious, or depressed. Temperance is a reminder that you can transform these emotions into feelings of peace, joy, and gratitude. It's about learning to manage your emotions in a healthy way, to challenge your negative thoughts, and to cultivate a more positive outlook on life. It's like, think of it like this. If you're feeling angry, you can choose to lash out at others, or you can choose to take a deep breath, calm yourself down, and express your feelings in a constructive way. If you're feeling anxious, you can choose to worry and panic, or you can choose to focus on the present moment, practice relaxation techniques, and trust that everything will be okay. And if you're feeling depressed, you can choose to isolate yourself and give up, or you can choose to seek support from others, engage in activities that bring you joy, and remember that you are loved and valued. There are lots of ways to deal with these negative emotions. Temperance is really about taking your raw, unrefined experiences and transforming them into something beautiful and valuable. It's about finding the gold within the lead, the light within the darkness, and the strength within the weakness. And that's where the real magic happens, you know? When you can alchemize your life and turn it into something truly extraordinary. You are capable of that. Okay, so how can you actually use temperance in your daily life? Like, what are some practical things you can do to embody this energy and find more balance, harmony, and patience? Well, one thing you can do is to practice mindfulness. This means paying attention to the present moment without judgment, noticing your thoughts, feelings, and sensations without getting carried away by them. Mindfulness can help you become more aware of your imbalances and make more conscious choices. It's like, think of it like this. If you're eating a meal, you can choose to eat mindlessly, scarfing down your food without really tasting it, or you can choose to eat mindfully, savoring each bite, noticing the flavors and textures, and appreciating the nourishment you're receiving. If you're walking down the street, you can choose to be lost in your thoughts, oblivious to your surroundings, or you can choose to be mindful, noticing the sights, sounds, and smells around you, and appreciating the beauty of the world. Small things that can impact you more than you know. Another thing you can do is to set boundaries. This means clearly communicating your needs and limits to others, and saying no to things that drain your energy or compromise your values. Setting boundaries can help you protect your time, your energy, and your well-being. It's like, think of it like this. If someone is constantly asking you for favors, you can choose to say yes every time, even if you're feeling overwhelmed or resentful, or you can choose to set a boundary and say no, explaining that you need to prioritize your own needs. If someone is constantly criticizing you or putting you down, you can choose to tolerate their behavior, or you can choose to set a boundary and tell them that you won't accept that kind of treatment. You can also practice self-compassion. This means treating yourself with kindness, understanding, and acceptance, especially when you're going through a difficult time. Self-compassion can help you heal from your wounds, build your resilience, and cultivate a more positive relationship with yourself. It's like, think of it like this. If you make a mistake, you can choose to beat yourself up about it, dwelling on your flaws and imperfections, or you can choose to practice self-compassion, acknowledging your mistake, learning from it, and forgiving yourself. If you're struggling with a challenge, you can choose to be hard on yourself, criticizing your efforts and comparing yourself to others, or you can choose to practice self-compassion, recognizing that you're doing the best you can, offering yourself encouragement, and celebrating your progress. And of course, you can always connect with your aquamarine crystal. Remember, this crystal is all about grounding and inner peace. Hold it in your hand, meditate with it, or simply carry it with you throughout the day. Let its calming energy soothe your mind and body, and let it remind you to trust the whispers of your own soul. These whispers might even have messages for your future, which we will soon find out. The aquamarine is like a tangible representation of temperance, you know? It's a reminder that you have the power to find balance, harmony, and patience within yourself, and that you are always connected to the earth and to the source of all wisdom. You can look at the aquamarine almost like a worry stone, helping to ease your mind. These practices will help you find ways to bring the themes of the Temperance card into your life. Okay, wow, that was a lot. Honestly, I feel like we've just scratched the surface of what Temperance has to offer. This card is so rich and complex, and it has so many different layers of meaning. But I hope this has given you a good starting point for exploring its energy and applying it to your own life. I feel like this card, Temperance, is just one piece of the puzzle, you know? There are still a few more cards to come, and I'm so excited to see how they all fit together. What other messages are waiting to be revealed? What other whispers of inner peace are waiting to be heard? I guess we're about to find out, aren't we? Okay, wow, the Ten of Wands. This definitely throws a wrench into things, doesn't it? After all that talk about balance and moderation with Temperance, here comes the Ten of Wands, which is like the epitome of being overwhelmed, overburdened, you know? Like carrying way too much, struggling under the weight of responsibility. So, how does this fit in? How does this connect to the previous cards, and especially to the theme of inner peace? That's what we gotta figure out. Okay, so first thought, maybe this is a warning. Maybe this is saying like, hey, you're doing so well with finding balance and practicing patience, but don't overdo it. Don't take on too much, don't try to be everything to everyone, because you'll end up collapsing under the weight of it all. You know, like, Temperance is all about finding that sweet spot, but the Ten of Wands is like, what happens when you go too far in the other direction? What happens when you lose that balance and end up completely overwhelmed? Maybe you've been putting in so much effort, and now you're being reminded that you still need to take it easy. It's like, the Knight of Wands energy, if it's not channeled properly, can lead to this, right? That fiery passion, that drive to achieve, can turn into a relentless pursuit of goals that ultimately leaves you exhausted and depleted. You know, like burning the candle at both ends. And the hermit, if he's not careful, can become isolated and withdrawn, taking on all the burdens of the world himself, feeling like he has to do everything alone. It's like he forgets to ask for help, forgets to delegate, and ends up carrying way more than he should. And the Ace of Swords, that clarity and truth, can sometimes be overwhelming too, right? Like when you finally see things clearly, you realize how much there is to do, how much responsibility you have, and you feel like you have to take it all on yourself. So, the Ten of Wands is like the shadow side of all those cards, the potential pitfall that you need to be aware of. It's like, hey, you're on the right track, but don't forget to watch out for this. Don't let your passion, your wisdom, or your clarity turn into a burden that crushes you. Maybe that burden is what will help you appreciate your inner peace once you achieve it. Okay, but maybe it's not just a warning. Maybe it's also a reflection of where you are right now. Maybe you're already feeling this weight, this sense of being overwhelmed, you know. Maybe you're already carrying too much, struggling to keep up with all your responsibilities. And if that's the case, then this card is like a validation, a recognition of what you're going through. It's saying, hey, I see you. I see how hard you're working, how much you're carrying. And it's okay to feel overwhelmed. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to let go of some of those burdens. Maybe you're putting too much pressure on yourself without even realizing it. You know, like, sometimes we get so caught up in trying to be perfect, in trying to do everything right, that we forget to take care of ourselves. We forget to ask for help, we forget to say no, and we end up carrying way more than we should. It's like we're trying to be superheroes, but we're just human, you know. And even superheroes need to take a break sometimes, especially when we are putting expectations on ourselves. So, if you're feeling this weight, then this card is like an invitation to lighten your load. It's an invitation to release some of those burdens, to ask for help, to say no to things that don't serve you, and to prioritize your own well-being. It's like, hey, you don't have to do it all alone. You don't have to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. It's okay to let go of some of that. Maybe you've been holding on to things for too long, and it's time to set them down and move on. Okay, but how does this connect back to the aquamarine and the theme of inner peace? Well, think about it. When you're carrying all that weight, when you're feeling overwhelmed and overburdened, it's really hard to find inner peace, right? It's like your mind is constantly racing, your body is constantly tense, and you're just too exhausted to connect with your own inner wisdom. So the Ten of Wands is like an obstacle to inner peace. It's a barrier that you need to overcome in order to find that serenity and tranquility. This card almost feels like it's here to prevent you from actually getting to the peace. But here's the thing, the aquamarine can help you overcome that obstacle. The aquamarine is all about grounding, right? It's about connecting you to the earth and helping you to feel stable and secure. And when you're feeling overwhelmed, grounding is exactly what you need. You need to reconnect with your body, with your breath, with the present moment. You need to get out of your head and back into your heart. You need to remember that you're not alone, that you're supported by the earth and by the universe. The aquamarine can also help you release those burdens. It can help you let go of the things that are weighing you down, the responsibilities that are draining your energy, and the expectations that are crushing your spirit. It's like the aquamarine is a gentle reminder that you don't have to do it all, that you don't have to be perfect, and that you're worthy of love and support just as you are. It can almost act like a sponge, helping to soak up some of that stress that you're experiencing. And when you release those burdens, when you lighten your load, you create space for inner peace to blossom. You create space for joy, for creativity, for connection, and for all the things that make life worth living. So, the Ten of Wands, while it may seem like a negative card, is actually an opportunity. It's an opportunity to release what's no longer serving you and to create space for inner peace to flourish. It's an opportunity to use the aquamarine to ground yourself, to release your burdens, and to reconnect with your own inner wisdom. It almost feels like you need to take a step back and find the bigger picture. Okay, so let's break this down even further. What are some specific things that might be contributing to this feeling of being overwhelmed? What are some specific burdens that you might be carrying? Well, Maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by your work. Maybe you have too many projects, too many deadlines, and too much pressure to perform. Or maybe you're feeling unfulfilled in your work, like you're not making a difference, like you're not using your talents to their full potential. This could also be a reminder to seek a job that is more fulfilling and to prioritize your own happiness. If that's the case, then the Ten of Wands is a reminder to set boundaries, to prioritize your tasks, and to delegate when possible. It's a reminder to say no to extra projects, to ask for help when you need it, and to take breaks to recharge your batteries. It's also a reminder to consider whether your current job is truly aligned with your values and your goals. Maybe it's time to look for something new, something that will bring you more joy and fulfillment. You really want to make sure that you are working hard on the right things. Or maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by your relationships. Maybe you're taking on too much responsibility in your family, your friendships, or your romantic relationships. Or maybe you're dealing with difficult people who are draining your energy and causing you stress. If that's the case, then the Ten of Wands is a reminder to set boundaries, to communicate your needs clearly, and to distance yourself from toxic relationships. It's a reminder to prioritize your own well-being and to surround yourself with people who support and uplift you. Maybe there is someone in your life that you need to distance yourself from, or maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by your own expectations. Maybe you're putting too much pressure on yourself to be perfect, to achieve great things, or to please everyone around you. If that's the case, then the Ten of Wands is a reminder to practice self-compassion, to let go of perfectionism, and to accept yourself just as you are. It's a reminder to focus on your own progress, to celebrate your successes, and to forgive yourself for your mistakes. It could almost be as simple as lowering your expectations. You know, like we all have these expectations, these ideas of what we should be doing, what we should be achieving, how we should be behaving. And sometimes those expectations are unrealistic and unattainable, and they just end up weighing us down. So the Ten of Wands is like an invitation to examine those expectations, to question them, and to let go of the ones that are no longer serving you. It's like, hey, you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to do it all. You're worthy of love and acceptance just as you are. There's a reason why they call them expectations. And that's where the aquamarine comes in again. The aquamarine is all about self-acceptance and self-love. It's a reminder that you're already whole, you're already complete, and you're already worthy of love and happiness, just as you are. You don't have to achieve anything, you don't have to please anyone, and you don't have to be perfect to deserve love and acceptance. You just have to be you. The aquamarine is really the source of the inner peace that you seek. So, the Ten of Wands, while it may seem like a challenging card, is actually a powerful opportunity to release your burdens, to lighten your load, and to reconnect with your own inner wisdom. It's an invitation to use the aquamarine to ground yourself, to practice self-compassion, and to embrace your own imperfections. And when you do that, you create space for inner peace to blossom, for joy to flourish, and for love to abound. So, embrace this opportunity, release your burdens, and reconnect with your own inner peace. What is holding you back from being at peace? Okay, so let's try another angle here. What if the Ten of Wands isn't just about being overwhelmed by external responsibilities, but also about being overwhelmed by internal emotions? What if you're carrying a lot of emotional baggage, a lot of unresolved issues, a lot of pain from the past? If you are dealing with inner emotions, is it time to visit a therapist? Maybe you're still holding onto anger, resentment, or grief from past experiences. Maybe you're still carrying the weight of old traumas, old wounds, or old regrets. And that emotional baggage is weighing you down, making it hard to move forward, hard to find joy, and hard to connect with others. Almost like you can't fully appreciate what you have now because of what you're holding onto. If that's the case, then the Ten of Wands is a reminder to release that emotional baggage. It's a reminder to forgive yourself, to forgive others, and to let go of the past. It's a reminder to heal your wounds, to process your emotions, and to move forward with a lighter heart. Why are you still giving them the power to affect you? You know, like, sometimes we hold on to these emotions because we think they're protecting us, because we think they're keeping us safe. But really, they're just holding us back. They're preventing us from experiencing the fullness of life, from connecting with others in a meaningful way, and from finding true inner peace. These feelings will only hurt you if you continue to hang on to them. So, the Ten of Wands is like an invitation to release those emotions, to let them go, and to move forward with a sense of freedom and liberation. It's like, hey, you don't have to carry that pain anymore. You don't have to be defined by your past. You're worthy of happiness, you're worthy of love, and you're worthy of a fresh start. There is truly nothing that is holding you back from releasing these feelings. And that's where the aquamarine comes in again. The aquamarine is all about healing and emotional release. It's a reminder that you have the power to heal your wounds, to process your emotions, and to move forward with a lighter heart. It's a reminder that you're not alone, that you're supported by the universe, and that you're capable of overcoming anything. The strength to heal is inside you, and the aquamarine is helping you find that strength. The aquamarine can help you connect with your emotions, to feel them fully without judgment, and to release them with grace and compassion. It can help you forgive yourself, to forgive others, and to let go of the past. And it can help you create a new future, a future filled with joy, love, and peace. So, the Ten of Wands in this context is a powerful opportunity to release your emotional baggage, to heal your wounds, and to move forward with a lighter heart. It's an invitation to use the aquamarine to connect with your emotions, to forgive yourself and others, and to create a new future filled with joy and peace. Let the healing begin. Okay, let's push this even further. What if the Ten of Wands is actually about a fear of success? I know that sounds weird after all that talk about being overwhelmed, but hear me out. What if you're subconsciously sabotaging yourself, taking on too much, because you're afraid of what will happen if you actually achieve your goals? Maybe you're afraid of the responsibility that comes with success. Maybe you're afraid of being in the spotlight. Maybe you're afraid of losing the support of others. Maybe you're just not sure what to do with success, Like you've been working so hard to get there, but you haven't really thought about what comes next. If that's the case, then the Ten of Wands is a reminder to examine those fears, to question them, and to release them. It's a reminder that success doesn't have to be scary, that it can actually be a wonderful thing, and that you're capable of handling whatever comes your way. It's like, hey, you've got this. You're strong, you're capable, and you're worthy of success. Don't let your fears hold you back. How could this success help you? Sometimes we have these limiting beliefs, these ideas that we're not good enough, that we're not worthy of success, or that something bad will happen if we achieve our goals. And those beliefs can hold us back, preventing us from taking risks, from pursuing our dreams, and from living our lives to the fullest. You can't let these feelings get in your way. So, the Ten of Wands is like an invitation to challenge those beliefs, to question them, and to replace them with more empowering beliefs. It's like, hey, you are good enough. You are worthy of success. And you are capable of handling whatever comes your way. Believe in yourself, trust yourself, and go for it. Success is a real possibility, and that's where the aquamarine comes in again. The aquamarine is all about confidence and self-belief. It's a reminder that you have the power to achieve your goals, to overcome your fears, and to create the life you want. It's a reminder that you're not alone, that you're supported by the universe, and that you're capable of anything. The aquamarine can help you connect with your inner strength, to believe in yourself, and to take action towards your dreams. It can help you overcome your fears, to release your limiting beliefs, and to embrace your own potential. And it can help you create a future filled with success, joy, and fulfillment. So, the Ten of Wands in this context is a powerful opportunity to overcome your fears, to release your limiting beliefs, and to embrace your own potential. It's an invitation to use the aquamarine to connect with your inner strength, to believe in yourself, and to create a future filled with success and joy. Time to face your fears and overcome them. Okay, so, wow, we've explored so many different angles here, and I'm starting to see how the Ten of Wands really ties everything together. It's like, it's not just about being overwhelmed, it's about the underlying reasons why you're feeling overwhelmed. It's about the burdens you're carrying, the emotions you're suppressing, and the fears you're avoiding. And the aquamarine is the key to unlocking all of that. It's the key to releasing your burdens, healing your wounds, overcoming your fears, and creating a life filled with inner peace, joy, and success. But there is still one more card. What more could there be to say? What other secrets will be revealed? Only time will tell. But until then, remember to breathe, to trust, and to let the aquamarine guide you on your journey. Okay, so wow the sun. Like after that 10 of Wands, this is like the best card we could have pulled, right? It's like the clouds have parted and the sun is shining down on you. Seriously, this card is pure joy, pure happiness, pure optimism. It's like everything is going to be okay, you know? All that heaviness, all that overwhelm from the 10 of Wands. The sun is like the antidote to all of that. Remember how we were talking about releasing burdens and lightening your load? The sun is like what happens after you do that. It's like you finally let go of all that stuff that was weighing you down, and now you're free to shine, free to be happy, free to enjoy life. It's like you've emerged from the darkness into the light, and everything is bright and beautiful. This seriously feels like a sigh of relief. And remember how we were talking about healing your wounds and releasing your emotional baggage. The sun is like what happens after you've done that. It's like you've finally healed your heart, you've forgiven yourself and others, and you're ready to embrace a new chapter filled with love and joy. It's like you've emerged from the shadows into the sunshine, and everything feels warm and radiant. This card just has such a positive, uplifting vibe. And remember how we were talking about overcoming your fears and embracing your own potential. The sun is like what happens after you've done that. It's like you've finally conquered your fears, you've embraced your own power, and you're ready to shine your light on the world. It's like you've emerged from the cocoon into the butterfly and you're ready to soar. It's like the universe is saying, yes, you did it, you're amazing, go out there and shine. This is truly something to celebrate. This card is seriously pure, unadulterated joy, you know? It's the kind of happiness that comes from deep within, from a place of authenticity and self-love. It's not about external validation or material possessions. It's about finding joy in the simple things, in the everyday moments, and in being true to yourself. It's like you've finally found your inner child, that playful, carefree spirit that just wants to have fun and enjoy life. This is such a good energy to embrace. The sun is also about success, abundance, and good fortune. It's like all your hard work is finally paying off, and you're reaping the rewards of your efforts. It's like the universe is showering you with blessings, and everything is falling into place. It's like you're finally living your best life, and everything is just flowing effortlessly. What an exciting time for you. It's also about clarity, understanding, and enlightenment. It's like you've finally gained a deeper understanding of yourself, of your purpose, and of the world around you. It's like the truth has been revealed, and you can see everything clearly. It's like you've finally awakened to your own potential, and you're ready to use your gifts to make a positive impact on the world. This card is such an invitation to be yourself. So, the sun is really like the light at the end of the tunnel after all that 10 of Wands heaviness. It's like, hey, you've made it. You've overcome your challenges, you've released your burdens, and now you're ready to shine. But how does this connect to the Knight of Wands, the Hermit, and the Ace of Swords? Let's dive in. Okay, so remember the Knight of Wands. All that fiery energy, all that passion and drive. The sun is like what happens when you channel that energy in a positive way. It's like the Knight of Wands has finally found his purpose, his direction, and he's using his energy to create something beautiful and meaningful. Instead of just running around aimlessly, chasing after the next exciting thing, the Knight of Wands is now focused on something that truly matters to him, something that brings him joy and fulfillment. He's still passionate, he's still driven, but he's now also grounded, centered, and aligned with his true self. He knows where he's going, and he's using his energy to get there. It's like he's finally found his inner sunshine, and he's radiating that light out into the world. You have now set a goal and are working toward it. And remember the Hermit, all that introspection and solitude. The sun is like what happens after you've spent time alone, reflecting on your life and connecting with your own inner wisdom. It's like the Hermit has finally emerged from his cave, ready to share his wisdom with the world, ready to connect with others in a meaningful way. Instead of just isolating himself from the world, the hermit is now using his wisdom to help others, to guide them on their own journeys, and to create a more compassionate and understanding world. He's still wise, he's still introspective, but he's now also connected, engaged, and making a positive impact on the world. It's like he's finally found his voice, and he's using it to spread light and love. People want to hear what you have to say. And remember the Ace of Swords? All that clarity and truth? The Sun is like, what happens when you use that clarity to create a positive change in your life and in the world? It's like the Ace of Swords has finally cut through all the illusions, all the confusion, and all the negativity, and he's using his truth to create a more just and equitable world. Instead of just being sharp and cutting, the Ace of Swords is now gentle, compassionate, and loving. He's still truthful, he's still clear, but he's now also kind, understanding, and using his words to heal and uplift others. It's like he's finally found his heart, and he's using it to spread love and compassion. You are ready to show compassion to others. So, the Sun really brings all those energies together, you know. It's like the Knight of Wands, the Hermit, and the Ace of Swords have all found their highest expression, their most positive potential, and they're all working together to create a world filled with joy, love, and peace. This is such a powerful combination. It's really like you are capable of anything right now. The Sun is also like a reminder that you have the power to create your own reality. You have the power to choose joy, to choose happiness, and to choose love no matter what's going on around you. It's like you're the artist and your life is your canvas. You can paint it however you want. You can fill it with sunshine, with rainbows, and with all the colors of the spectrum. It's really all about perspective, you know. You can choose to focus on the negative, on the challenges, and on the difficulties, or you can choose to focus on the positive, on the opportunities, and on the blessings. And whatever you focus on, that's what you'll attract into your life. But maybe, just maybe, there is a shadow side to all this sunshine. I mean, can you have too much happiness? Let's think about that for a second. Okay, so the Sun is amazing, right? But can it be too much? Can there be a downside to all that joy and optimism? I mean, think about it. What happens if you're always happy, always positive, always seeing the best in everything? Well, for one thing, you might become a little unrealistic, you know. You might start to ignore the challenges, the problems, and the difficulties that are actually there, and that could lead to some serious trouble down the road. It's like you're wearing rose-colored glasses and you're not seeing things as they really are. It might be time to take off those glasses for a minute. You might also become a little naive, you know. You might start to trust everyone, to believe everything you hear, and to let your guard down too easily, and that could make you vulnerable to being taken advantage of or hurt. It's like you're walking around with a big "kick me" sign on your back, and people are just lining up to take a shot. You always want to be sure that you're protecting yourself first. And you might also become a little insensitive, you know? You might start to dismiss other people's pain, to minimize their struggles, and to tell them to just cheer up or look on the bright side. And that could make you seem like you don't care, like you're not really listening. You don't want to be dismissive of others. It's like you're so focused on your own happiness that you forget to be empathetic, to be compassionate, and to be there for others when they need you. You want to still be there for your loved ones. So, the shadow side of the Sun Okay, hey there, friend. So glad you're here. You picked the Amazonite star crystal, which is just so beautiful. And it's all about awakening, which makes total sense because this whole reading is themed around glimmers of untapped potential. So, get ready to discover some hidden talents and possibilities, okay? I'm already excited for you. All right, so let's jump right into these cards. Oh, wow. Okay, so we have the Ace of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, and the Seven of Wands, all at once. This is really interesting. My initial thought is it's like there's a new opportunity, but it requires a pause and a change in perspective before you can really, truly grab it and defend it. Or maybe you'll realize you don't even want to defend it after you shift your perspective. Okay, buckle up, because this is going to be good. So let's start with the Ace of Pentacles. I mean, this is just pure potential right here. This card, it's all about new beginnings, new opportunities, especially in the realm of material abundance, security, and just overall feeling grounded, you know? When you see this card, it's like the universe is handing you a little seed, a little gift, a little something. It's a promise of something more. And it's not just about money, although it can be about money. It could be a new job, a promotion, a business opportunity, maybe even a windfall of some kind, you know? But it's also about the feeling of security and stability that comes with having your needs met. Think about it. When you're not constantly worried about money, you're free to focus on other things, like your passions, your relationships, your personal growth. It's like it lays the foundation for everything else. But the Ace of Pentacles, it's also about, it's not just about the thing itself, it's about the potential, right? It's the idea of what it could become. It's the excitement of knowing that something new is starting. It's that feeling of okay, this could be it. This could be the thing that changes everything. And that feeling, that excitement, that hope is so powerful. So I'm wondering where this opportunity is showing up for you. Is it in your career? Are you feeling like maybe you're ready for a change, ready to take on a new challenge? Or maybe you've been working on something for a while and it's finally starting to pay off. Maybe you're getting recognized for your hard work. Maybe you're getting a chance to shine, you know? Or maybe it's in your personal life. Maybe you're ready to start a new relationship, or maybe you're ready to take your current relationship to the next level. Or maybe it's just about a new phase in your life, a new chapter. Maybe you're moving to a new city, or starting a new hobby, or just rediscovering yourself in some way. It could even be about your health, you know? Maybe you're finally ready to commit to a healthier lifestyle, to start eating better, to exercise more, to take care of yourself in a way that you haven't been before. Or maybe you're dealing with a health issue and you're finally finding the right treatment, the right support, the right path to healing. The thing is, the Ace of Pentacles, it's not always obvious what it is. Sometimes it's subtle, sometimes it's hidden, sometimes it's disguised as something else entirely. You have to be open to seeing it, open to recognizing it, open to receiving it. And that's where the Amazonite star crystal comes in, right? Because it's all about awakening. It's about opening your eyes to the possibilities that are all around you. It's about seeing the potential in yourself and in your life. And that's what this is all about. Think about times in your life when you felt that spark of potential. What were you doing? Who were you with? What were you feeling? Try to tap into that energy again, because that's what the Ace of Pentacles is all about. It's about reconnecting with that feeling of hope and excitement and possibility. And don't be afraid to take risks, you know? The Ace of Pentacles is a card of new beginnings, and new beginnings always involve some element of risk. You have to be willing to step outside of your comfort zone, to try something new, to put yourself out there. It's not always easy, but it's always worth it. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets really interesting with the other cards. The Ace of Pentacles, it's not a guarantee of success, right? It's just a promise of potential. It's up to you to cultivate that seed, to nurture it, to help it grow. You have to put in the work, you have to be patient, you have to be persistent, and you have to be willing to learn from your mistakes. I remember when I started my own little business, I was so excited. I had this amazing idea, I was so passionate about it, I was convinced that it was going to be a huge success. And you know, it did do pretty well, but it wasn't easy. I had to learn so much, I had to overcome so many challenges, I had to work so much harder than I ever thought I would. But it was worth it, you know? because I learned so much about myself, about business, about life. And I wouldn't trade that experience for anything. And that's what the Ace of Pentacles is all about. It's about the journey, not just the destination. So, what's your journey going to be? What new beginning is waiting for you? What potential is ready to be unlocked? I'm so excited to see what you discover. This is so cool. It really is, just thinking about it. Okay, but before you run off and jump into this new opportunity, we have to talk about the Hanged Man, because this is where it gets really, really interesting. The Hanged Man, he's all about pause, about surrender, about shifting your perspective. And honestly, seeing him right next to the Ace of Pentacles, it's like the universe is saying, hold on a second. Before you dive headfirst into this new opportunity, you need to take a step back and look at things from a different angle. The Hanged Man is, like, one of the most misunderstood cards in the tarot, I think. People see him hanging upside down, and they immediately think it's about sacrifice, about suffering, about being stuck. And yeah, it can be about those things sometimes. But at its core, the Hanged Man is about willingly choosing to suspend your own agenda in order to gain a new perspective. It's about letting go of control. It's about realizing that sometimes the best way to move forward is to stop struggling and just let go, to surrender to the flow of the universe, to trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you can't see it right now. It's about saying, okay, universe, I'm listening. What do you want me to see? What do you want me to learn? And that's so important, especially when you're faced with a new opportunity like the Ace of Pentacles. Because sometimes, what looks like a great opportunity on the surface might not actually be the right thing for you, you know. Maybe it's not aligned with your values, maybe it's not aligned with your long-term goals, maybe it's just not the right timing. The Hanged Man asks you to really examine your motivations. Why do you want this opportunity? What are you hoping to gain from it? Are you doing it for the right reasons? Or are you doing it because you feel like you should be doing it, because someone else expects you to, or because you're afraid of missing out? Think about it like this. Imagine you're standing at a crossroads and you see a sign pointing to a shiny new road. It looks amazing, it promises all sorts of exciting things, and you're tempted to just run down it without thinking. But then, the Hanged Man appears and says, wait! Before you go any further, I want you to climb up this tree and look at the road from above. See where it really leads. See what's hidden in the shadows. And when you climb up the tree, you might see that the road is actually full of potholes, or that it leads to a dead end, or that it's not as shiny and new as it looked from the ground. Or you might see that it's even more amazing than you thought, but that it requires a different approach than you were expecting. That's the power of the Hanged Man. It gives you the space and the perspective to make a more informed decision. It helps you to see things that you wouldn't have seen otherwise. It allows you to connect with your intuition, to trust your inner guidance, to know what's truly right for you. So, how do you actually do the Hanged Man? How do you surrender? How do you shift your perspective? Well, it's different for everyone, but here are a few ideas. First, try to create some space in your life. Take a break from your usual routine, from your usual responsibilities. Go for a walk in nature, meditate, read a book, listen to music, anything that helps you to relax and disconnect from the outside world. This is huge. Second, ask yourself some difficult questions. What are you afraid of? What are you holding on to? What are you resisting? Be honest with yourself, even if it's uncomfortable. Write down your thoughts and feelings in a journal or talk to a trusted friend or therapist. Third, try to see things from a different angle. Imagine yourself in someone else's shoes. What would they think about this opportunity? What would they advise you to do? Or try to look at the situation from a more detached perspective. Imagine you're watching a movie about your life. What would you tell the main character to do? Fourth, trust your intuition. Pay attention to your gut feelings, to your dreams, to the synchronicities that are happening in your life. The universe is always trying to communicate with you, but you have to be open to hearing it. And finally, be patient. The Hanged Man is not a quick fix. It takes time to shift your perspective, to surrender to the flow, to trust the process. Don't get discouraged if you don't see results right away. Just keep practicing, keep listening, keep surrendering. It will eventually come. I think back to a time when I was offered a dream job. It was everything I thought I wanted at the time. great salary, amazing benefits, lots of prestige. But something just felt off. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I just had this nagging feeling that it wasn't the right thing for me. So I did the Hanged Man. I took some time off, I meditated, I journaled, I talked to my friends. And eventually, I realized that the job wasn't aligned with my values. It was all about making money, and I wanted to do something that made a difference in the world. It was a really difficult decision to turn down the job, but I knew it was the right thing for me. And you know what? A few months later, I found an even better opportunity, one that was perfectly aligned with my values and my passions. And that's the magic of the Hanged Man. It clears the way for something even better to come along. So, as you're considering this Ace of Pentacles opportunity, remember the Hanged Man. Take a pause, shift your perspective, surrender to the flow. Trust that the universe has your back and that everything is happening for a reason. Even if it doesn't make sense right now, this is going to be so good for you. Okay, are you ready for the final piece of the puzzle? Because this is where it all comes together. We've got the Seven of Wands, which is all about standing your ground, defending your beliefs, and fighting for what you want. So you've got this new opportunity, the Ace of Pentacles. You've taken the time to pause and reflect, thanks to the Hanged Man. Now it's time to decide, is this something you're willing to fight for? Is this something you truly believe in? Is this something that aligns with your soul's purpose? The Seven of Wands shows a figure standing on a hill, holding a wand, defending themselves against 6 other wands that are coming at them from below. It's a card of courage, of conviction, of standing up for what you believe in, even when it's difficult, even when you're facing opposition. It's about having the confidence to say, this is who I am, this is what I believe in, and I'm not going to back down. It's about setting boundaries, protecting your energy, and not letting anyone push you around. But here's the thing, and this is so important. The Seven of Wands doesn't necessarily mean you have to fight. It means you have to be willing to fight. It means you have to know what you're willing to defend and what you're willing to let go of. Remember what we talked about with the Hanged Man? Sometimes, the best thing you can do is to surrender, to let go of control, to trust the universe. And sometimes, that means realizing that this particular opportunity, this particular battle, is not worth fighting for. Maybe after taking that pause, after shifting your perspective, you realize that this Ace of Pentacles opportunity isn't really aligned with your values. Maybe it's not the right timing. Maybe it's just not the right fit. And that's okay. It's perfectly okay to walk away from something, even if it looks good on paper, if it doesn't feel right in your heart. The Seven of Wands is about knowing your worth, knowing your boundaries, and having the courage to honor them. It's about saying, thank you, universe, for this opportunity, but it's not for me. I'm going to trust that something even better is on its way. But if, after all that reflection, you decide that this Ace of Pentacles opportunity is something you want to pursue, then the Seven of Wands is your call to action. It's time to stand your ground, to defend your vision, to fight for what you believe in. This might mean setting boundaries with people who are trying to hold you back. It might mean saying no to opportunities that don't align with your goals. It might mean taking risks, stepping outside of your comfort zone, and putting yourself out there in a way that feels scary and vulnerable. It might even mean facing criticism, rejection, or even outright opposition. People might not understand your vision, they might try to discourage you, they might even try to sabotage you. But you can't let them get to you. You have to stay true to yourself, to your values, and to your vision. I remember when I first started sharing my spiritual gifts with the world, I faced a lot of resistance. People told me I was crazy, they told me I was delusional, they told me I was going to fail. Some people even tried to actively sabotage my efforts. But I knew in my heart that this was my calling, that this was what I was meant to do. So I stood my ground. I set boundaries with the people who were trying to bring me down. I focused on my vision, and I kept moving forward, one step at a time. And you know what? Eventually, the resistance faded away. People started to see the value in what I was doing. They started to support me, to encourage me, to celebrate my success. And now, I'm living my dream, helping people connect with their own spiritual gifts and live more fulfilling lives. That's the power of the Seven of Wands. It's the power of standing your ground, of defending your beliefs, of fighting for what you want. But it all starts with that pause, that reflection, that surrender that the Hanged Man represents. So, as you're considering this Ace of Pentacles opportunity, ask yourself, is this something I'm willing to fight for? Is this something I truly believe in? Is this something that aligns with my soul's purpose? And if the answer is yes, then get ready to stand your ground and defend your vision. The universe is on your side. You've got this. Remember that Amazonite star crystal, friend. This is all about awakening. This entire journey, from recognizing the opportunity, to pausing and reflecting, to standing your ground, it's all part of your awakening. It's all part of you stepping into your full potential. You are capable of so much, and this is just the beginning. Okay, that's the first part of the reading. I'm so excited to see what the next card brings to the story. I have no idea what's coming next, but it's gonna be good. Oh wow, okay. So now we have the Four of Cups. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? After all that potential with the Ace of Pentacles, the need for pause with the Hanged Man, and the question of whether to fight for it with the Seven of Wands, we get the Four of Cups. I gotta be honest, my first thought is, a little bit disappointed, you know. It's not exactly the most exciting card in the deck. It's not like, bam, here's your passion, or yes, fight for this. It's more like, meh, you know? Like someone just sitting there, arms crossed, not really interested in what's being offered. Like, dude, there are cups being offered to you. What's wrong? So, yeah, the Four of Cups. It's often associated with, apathy, boredom, dissatisfaction, and, just a general lack of interest in what's going on around you. It's like you're so caught up in your own little world, your own little thoughts, that you're missing out on opportunities that are right in front of you. It's like the universe is trying to give you something good, but you're just, not even paying attention. You know? Like someone offering you a slice of the most amazing cake in the world, and you're just like, nah, I'm good. And after the Ace of Pentacles promising so much, the Four of Cups feels almost like a letdown, right? Like all that potential and now this. But you know, maybe. Maybe it's not as bad as it seems. Maybe there's a deeper message here. Maybe this apathy, this disinterest, is actually a necessary part of the process. Maybe it's a sign that something needs to change. Maybe it's a clue to what you really want. So, let's dig into this a little more, shall we? Because I have a feeling there's more to this than meets the eye. Okay, so, thinking about the Hanged Man, and that whole idea of pausing and shifting your perspective. Maybe the Four of Cups is actually connected to that, you know? Maybe the apathy, the boredom, the disinterest is a result of that deep introspection. Maybe after spending all that time looking inward, you're just feeling blah, you know. Like you've processed so much, you've thought so much, you've analyzed so much that you're just emotionally exhausted. Like you need a break from all the self-reflection. And that makes sense, right? I mean, sometimes you just need to zone out and watch some silly TV or scroll through TikTok or whatever just to give your brain a rest. It doesn't mean anything is wrong. Or maybe it's not just about emotional exhaustion. Maybe it's about realizing that the things you thought you wanted, the things you were so excited about before, aren't actually that appealing anymore. Maybe after shifting your perspective, you've realized that those shiny, new opportunities aren't really aligned with your true values, your true desires. And so, you're just feeling meh. Like, yeah, it looks good on paper, but it doesn't really spark any joy, you know? It doesn't light you up inside. And that's okay too, right? I mean, it's actually a good thing. It means you're getting clearer on what you do want, what you don't want. It means you're not just blindly chasing after every opportunity that comes your way. You're being more discerning, more selective. You're honoring your own needs and desires. But it can feel a little blah while you're in that process of figuring things out. Another way to look at it is maybe this Four of Cups energy is about needing to withdraw, to create some space between you and the outside world, so you can really connect with your inner self, with your intuition. Maybe you're so bombarded with external stimuli, with other people's opinions, with societal expectations, that you're not even able to hear your own inner voice anymore. And so, you're just feeling numb, like you don't really know what you want, what you need. You're just going through the motions. And in that case, the Four of Cups is actually a good thing, right? It's a sign that you need to disconnect from all the noise to retreat into your own little bubble so you can reconnect with yourself. It's like you need to go on a little spiritual retreat, even if it's just for a few hours, to recharge your batteries and get clear on your priorities. But okay, let's play devil's advocate for a second. What if the Four of Cups is a bad thing? What if it is about being blind to opportunities, about missing out on something good because you're too caught up in your own negativity? What if you're so focused on what's wrong, on what's lacking, that you're not even able to see the good things that are right in front of you? What if you're pushing away the very things that could help you grow and evolve? That's definitely a possibility too, right? I mean, we all have those moments when we're just feeling grumpy and pessimistic, when we're just not in the mood for anything. And in those moments, it's easy to miss out on opportunities, to push people away, to sabotage our own success. It's like we're wearing these blinders, and we're only able to see what we don't want. But even if that's the case, the Four of Cups can still be a valuable lesson. It can be a wake-up call, a reminder to be more open-minded, more grateful, more receptive to the good things in life. It can be a chance to shift your perspective, to focus on what you do have, instead of what you don't have. I remember a time when I was feeling really sorry for myself, I was going through a tough breakup, I was struggling with my career, I just felt like everything was going wrong. And I was so focused on all the negative things in my life that I completely missed out on a really amazing opportunity. A friend of mine invited me to go on a trip with her to Italy, all expenses paid. And I was so caught up in my own misery that I almost said no. I was like, oh, I don't have the energy, I don't have the money, I don't want to deal with people. Can you believe it? Luckily, my friend was persistent and she convinced me to go. And it was the best decision I ever made. The trip completely changed my perspective. I met new people, I saw beautiful things, I ate amazing food, and I realized that my life wasn't so bad after all. I just needed a change of scenery, a new perspective, and a reminder that there's still so much good in the world. So, yeah, the Four of Cups can be a warning, a reminder to not let your negativity blind you to the opportunities that are all around you. It can be a chance to practice gratitude, to appreciate what you have, and to open yourself up to new possibilities. But okay, let's get back to the Ace of Pentacles for a second, because I think the key to understanding the Four of Cups in this reading is to really dig into why this particular opportunity might be getting this apathetic response. What is it about this Ace of Pentacles that's leaving you feeling meh? Is it because it's not the right opportunity for you? Is it because it's not aligned with your true values, your true passions? Is it because it's something you think you should want, but you don't actually want deep down? Or is it because you're afraid? Afraid of the work it will require, afraid of the changes it will bring, afraid of the possibility of failure? Are you so used to playing it safe, to staying within your comfort zone, that you're scared to take a risk, to step outside of your boundaries? Or maybe it's because you're just feeling overwhelmed. Maybe you have so many things going on in your life right now that you don't have the energy to take on anything new. Maybe you need to clear your plate, to simplify your life, before you can even think about pursuing this new opportunity. I think it's really important to be honest with yourself about why you're feeling this way. Don't just dismiss it as laziness or negativity. Really dig deep and try to understand what's going on beneath the surface. What are your fears? What are your desires? What are your limitations? Because the more you understand yourself, the better equipped you'll be to make a decision about this Ace of Pentacles opportunity. You'll be able to see it clearly, without any filters or biases. You'll be able to know whether it's truly something you want to pursue or whether it's something you should let go of. Let's think about some specific scenarios to make this a little more concrete. Let's say the Ace of Pentacles represents a new job offer. On paper, it looks amazing. Great salary, excellent benefits, a prestigious company. But when you really think about it, you realize that the job involves long hours, a stressful work environment, and a lot of travel. And those things are just not aligned with your values. You value work-life balance, you value a supportive and collaborative team, and you value spending time with your family. So, even though the job looks great on paper, it's just not the right fit for you. And that's why you're feeling the Four of Cups. You're not excited about the opportunity because you know, deep down, that it's not going to make you happy. Or Let's say the Ace of Pentacles represents a new business venture. You have a brilliant idea, you've done your research, and you know there's a market for it. But when you start to think about all the work involved, the long hours, the financial risks, the marketing challenges, you start to feel overwhelmed. You realize that you're not really passionate about the idea, you're just trying to make money. And that's why you're feeling the Four of Cups. You're not motivated to put in the work because you don't really believe in the product or service. Or let's say the Ace of Pentacles represents a new relationship. You meet someone who seems perfect on paper. They're attractive, intelligent, successful, and they seem really interested in you. But when you start to spend time with them, you realize that you don't really connect on a deeper level. You don't share the same values, the same interests, or the same sense of humor. And that's why you're feeling the Four of Cups. You're not excited about the relationship because you know, deep down, that it's not going to be fulfilling. In all these scenarios, the Four of Cups is a sign that you need to listen to your intuition, to honor your own needs and desires, and to not just blindly chase after opportunities that look good on paper. It's a reminder that true success, true happiness, comes from aligning your actions with your values, your passions, and your soul's purpose. It's also a reminder that sometimes what you think you want is very different from what you actually want. And figuring out that difference is a big part of the journey. Think about all the times you've been told you should want something. You should want the corner office. You should want the fancy car. You should want to get married by a certain age. You should want to have kids. But what if you don't? What if those things just aren't for you? What if your soul is calling you in a completely different direction? It takes courage to defy those expectations, to forge your own path, to do what feels right for you, even if it doesn't make sense to anyone else. But that's where true freedom lies. Okay, so how does all this tie into the Seven of Wands? How does the Four of Cups influence your willingness to fight for the Ace of Pentacles opportunity? Does it mean you lack the motivation to stand your ground? Or does it give you a clearer understanding of what battles are truly worth fighting? If the Four of Cups is stemming from a place of genuine disinterest, if you've truly examined the Ace of Pentacles opportunity and realized it's not aligned with your values, then it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't be willing to fight for it. Why would you waste your energy defending something you don't even want? In that case, the Four of Cups is actually empowering you to walk away, to say no without guilt or regret, and to focus your attention on something that truly resonates with you. But what if the Four of Cups is masking a deeper fear? What if you are interested in the Ace of Pentacles opportunity, but you're afraid of the challenges it might bring? Afraid of the hard work, the potential for failure, the judgment of others? In that case, the Four of Cups is a form of self-sabotage. It's your inner critic trying to protect you from getting hurt by convincing you that you don't even want it in the first place. If that's the case, then it's important to recognize that fear for what it is, a limiting belief that's holding you back from your full potential. You need to challenge that belief to remind yourself of your strengths, your capabilities, and your past successes. You need to tell yourself that you are worthy of this opportunity, that you are capable of overcoming the challenges, and that you deserve to live a life that's aligned with your passions. It's also important to distinguish between genuine disinterest and a temporary lack of motivation. We all have days when we feel uninspired, when we lack the energy to pursue our goals. That doesn't necessarily mean we should give up on them entirely. It just means we need to take a break, recharge our batteries, and come back to them with a fresh perspective. Think about it like this: you're training for a marathon. Some days you feel strong and energized, and you can run for miles without even breaking a sweat. Other days you feel tired and sluggish, and you can barely make it around the block. Does that mean you should give up on the marathon? Of course not. It just means you need to listen to your body, adjust your training schedule, and maybe take a rest day or two. The same principle applies to pursuing your goals in life. There will be days when you feel motivated and inspired, and days when you feel apathetic and discouraged. The key is to not let those temporary feelings derail you from your long-term vision. Keep reminding yourself of why you started in the first place, and keep taking small steps forward, even when you don't feel like it. And remember, the Seven of Wands isn't just about fighting for what you want. It's also about setting boundaries, protecting your energy, and saying no to things that don't serve you. It's about knowing when to stand your ground and when to walk away. It's about discerning the difference between a challenge that's worth fighting for and a battle that's not worth your time or energy. So, if the Four of Cups is telling you that the Ace of Pentacles opportunity is not aligned with your values, then the Seven of Wands is empowering you to walk away with confidence and grace. You don't need to feel guilty or ashamed for saying no. You're simply honoring your own needs and desires and creating space for something that's a better fit for you. But if the Four of Cups is masking a deeper fear, then the Seven of Wands is challenging you to confront that fear, to step outside of your comfort zone, and to fight for what you truly want. It's telling you that you are capable of overcoming the obstacles in your path, and that you deserve to live a life that's aligned with your passions. Okay, let's bring this back to the Amazonite star crystal and the overall theme of untapped potential. How does the Four of Cups fit into this journey of awakening and self-discovery? I think the key is to recognize that even apathy and disinterest can be valuable sources of information. They can be signals that something needs to change, that you're not on the right path, or that you're not honoring your true self. They can be opportunities to pause, reflect, and reconnect with your inner guidance. Maybe this Four of Cups energy is a necessary stage in discovering your true passions. Maybe you need to experience this period of boredom and dissatisfaction in order to clarify what you don't want and to make room for what you do want. Maybe you need to shed some old interests and beliefs in order to make way for new ones to emerge. Think of it like a garden. Before you can plant new seeds, you need to clear out the weeds, the dead leaves, and the old roots. You need to prepare the soil and create a fertile environment for new growth. The Four of Cups could be that clearing out process, that necessary stage of letting go of what no longer serves you in order to make space for something new to blossom. Or maybe it's like a snake shedding its skin. The old skin becomes dry and uncomfortable, and it constricts the snake's growth. In order to grow and evolve, the snake needs to shed that old skin and reveal its new, vibrant self. The Four of Cups could be that shedding process, that uncomfortable but necessary stage of releasing the old in order to embrace the new. And remember, the Amazonite star crystal is all about awakening, about opening your eyes to the possibilities that are all around you. It's about recognizing your own unique talents and gifts, and about having the courage to share them with the world. So, even if you're feeling apathetic or disinterested right now, don't lose sight of that bigger picture. Don't let the Four of Cups discourage you from pursuing your dreams. Instead, use it as an opportunity to go deeper, to connect with your inner wisdom, and to clarify your vision for the future. Trust that even this period of meh is leading you closer to your true potential. It's all part of the journey, friend. Okay, wow, this is getting really interesting, right? I mean, we started with this promise of a new opportunity, then we hit this wall of apathy, and now we're left wondering whether to fight for it or walk away. It's so uncertain. But that's life, right? It's messy, it's unpredictable, and it's full of surprises. I have absolutely no idea where this reading is going next, but I am so excited to find out. I feel like the next cards are really going to clarify things, to give us a clearer sense of direction. So, let's pull the next card and see what the universe has in store for you. Ready? I am. Okay, oh my gosh. Okay, wow. So after all of that, after the Ace and the Hanged Man and the Seven of Wands and then, like, the big meh of the Four of Cups, we get the Ten of Pentacles. Wow. Okay, so my first thought, honestly, is, does this make things clearer or even more confusing? Like, is this a yes? This opportunity, this Ace of Pentacles, it's gonna lead to long-term abundance and happiness and everything you've ever wanted. Or is it more of a, look at this perfect picture of what you think you want, but is it really what you want, especially after that Four of Cups feeling? You know, because the Ten of Pentacles, it's usually a really, really good card, right? It's like the ultimate picture of success, of having it all. You've got, like, the happy family, the beautiful home, the financial security, the sense of belonging, the legacy, all that stuff. It's like you've reached the top of the mountain, you know? You've built something that lasts, something that's going to benefit you and your family for generations to come. But is that your mountain? You know, is that your definition of success? Especially after that Four of Cups energy, where you're just kind of like, meh, not really interested. It makes me wonder if the Ten of Pentacles is showing us what society tells us we should want, versus what our soul actually craves, you know, with that Amazonite star. Like, is this an awakening to what truly matters, or an awakening to the realization that you've been chasing the wrong things all along? Ooh-oh. Okay, so let's dig into this Ten of Pentacles a little bit more, because I feel like there's a lot to unpack here. Traditionally, like I said, this card is all about abundance and security. It's about having enough money to not only meet your basic needs, but also to enjoy life, to travel, to pursue your passions, to give back to your community, all that good stuff. It's about feeling safe and secure in your home, in your relationships, in your life. It's about knowing that you have a strong foundation to build on, and that you can weather any storm that comes your way. And you know, that's a really appealing idea, right? I mean, who doesn't want to feel secure and stable? Who doesn't want to have enough money to live comfortably? It's human nature to crave that sense of security. But the Ten of Pentacles is about more than just financial wealth. It's also about emotional wealth, about having strong relationships with your family and friends, about feeling connected to your community, about having a sense of belonging. It's about knowing that you're loved and supported, and that you're part of something bigger than yourself. And that, honestly, is even more important than money, right? I mean, you can have all the money in the world, but if you're lonely and isolated, if you don't have anyone to share it with, what's the point? So, the Ten of Pentacles is really about creating a life that's rich in all the ways that matter, not just financially, but emotionally, socially, and spiritually. It's about building a legacy, something that you can be proud of, something that will make a positive impact on the world. It's about creating a future for yourself and your loved ones that's filled with joy, happiness, and fulfillment. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets really interesting with the other cards. The Ten of Pentacles isn't just about receiving abundance, it's also about giving abundance, you know? It's about sharing your wealth, your knowledge, your resources with others. It's about using your success to help those who are less fortunate, to create opportunities for others, to make the world a better place. Think about it, the people in the Ten of Pentacles, they're not just sitting around hoarding their wealth, right? They're interacting with each other, they're sharing their lives, they're creating a community. They're building something together. And that's what true abundance is all about. It's about creating a ripple effect of positivity, of generosity, of love. So, with that Amazonite star crystal and the theme of awakening, I think the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to really consider what your definition of abundance is, you know. Is it just about money and possessions? Or is it about something more? Is it about creating a life that's rich in all the ways that matter, and about sharing that abundance with others? Is this Ace of Pentacles going to truly lead to that? Okay, so now let's connect this Ten of Pentacles back to the Ace of Pentacles, the Hanged Man, and the Seven of Wands, because that's where things get really, really interesting. So the Ace of Pentacles, remember, is that new opportunity, that seed of potential. And the Ten of Pentacles is, like the fully grown tree, the ultimate outcome if you nurture that seed, if you put in the work, if you stay committed to your vision. So the Ten of Pentacles is showing you what's possible, what you could achieve if you pursue this Ace of Pentacles opportunity. It's like, look, this is where this could lead. This is the amazing life you could create. But it's also a warning, you know? It's like, is this really what you want? Is this really the life you're striving for? Because if it's not, then maybe this Ace of Pentacles isn't the right opportunity for you. Think about it like this. Imagine you're planting a garden. The Ace of Pentacles is the seed, the potential for a beautiful plant to grow. And the Ten of Pentacles is the picture on the seed packet, the image of what that plant could become. But what if you don't like the picture on the seed packet? What if you don't want that particular plant in your garden? Then you wouldn't plant the seed, right? You'd choose a different seed, one that will grow into something that you actually want. And that's what the Ten of Pentacles is asking you to do, to really consider whether this Ace of Pentacles aligns with your long-term vision, with your values, with your soul's purpose. And that's where the Hanged Man comes in, right? Because the Hanged Man is all about pausing, about shifting your perspective, about looking at things from a different angle. So, before you dive headfirst into this Ace of Pentacles opportunity, the Hanged Man is telling you to take a step back and really consider whether it's the right thing for you. To look at the big picture, to see where this path will lead, and to decide if that's really where you want to go. The Hanged Man is helping you to see beyond the immediate gratification of the Ace of Pentacles, to consider the long-term consequences of your choices. It's asking you to surrender your ego, to let go of your preconceived notions, and to trust your intuition. It's about connecting with your inner wisdom and knowing what's truly right for you, even if it's not what everyone else expects you to do. Maybe the Hanged Man is showing you that the Ten of Pentacles ideal that society pushes, the big house, the perfect family, the corner office, isn't actually your ideal at all. Maybe you crave something different, something simpler, something more aligned with your authentic self. Maybe you value freedom and flexibility over security and stability. Maybe you value creativity and self-expression over financial wealth. And that's okay. It's perfectly okay to reject the traditional definition of success and to create your own definition, one that's based on your own values and desires. The Hanged Man is empowering you to do just that, to break free from the expectations of others and to live a life that's truly aligned with your soul. But then we have the Seven of Wands, which is all about standing your ground, defending your beliefs, and fighting for what you want. So, after you've taken that pause, after you've shifted your perspective, after you've connected with your inner wisdom, the Seven of Wands is asking you, is this something you're willing to fight for? Is this Ace of Pentacles opportunity something that you truly believe in, something that aligns with your soul's purpose? If the answer is yes, then the Seven of Wands is your call to action. It's time to stand your ground, to defend your vision, to fight for what you believe in. This might mean setting boundaries with people who are trying to hold you back. It might mean saying no to opportunities that don't align with your goals. It might mean taking risks, stepping outside of your comfort zone, and putting yourself out there in a way that feels scary and vulnerable. But if the answer is no, if you've realized that this Ace of Pentacles opportunity isn't really aligned with your values, then the Seven of Wands is telling you to walk away. It's okay to let go of something, even if it looks good on paper, if it doesn't feel right in your heart. It's about knowing your worth, knowing your boundaries, and having the courage to honor them. So, the Ten of Pentacles is adding another layer to this decision. Is this Ace of Pentacles opportunity going to lead to the kind of long-term abundance and security that you truly desire? Or is it going to lead you down a path that's misaligned with your values and your soul's purpose? Are you willing to fight for a future that looks like the Ten of Pentacles? Or are you ready to create a different future, one that's more authentic and fulfilling? And that brings us back to the Four of Cups, that feeling of apathy and disinterest. Because the Ten of Pentacles can actually help us understand the Four of Cups a little bit better, you know. If you're feeling apathetic about this Ace of Pentacles opportunity, it might be because you don't see how it's going to lead to the kind of long-term abundance and security that you desire. Maybe you don't see how it's going to help you create a life that's rich in all the ways that matter. Maybe you don't see how it's going to help you build a legacy that you can be proud of. Or, conversely, maybe you do see how it could lead to that traditional Ten of Pentacles picture, but that picture just doesn't excite you. It doesn't resonate with your soul, and that's why you're feeling apathetic. You're realizing that you don't actually want what everyone else tells you that you should want. So, the Ten of Pentacles is helping you to understand the root cause of your apathy. Is it because you don't see the potential for long-term success? Or is it because you don't want that particular kind of success? And that's a really important distinction to make, because it will help you to decide whether to fight for this Ace of Pentacles opportunity or to walk away. If you don't see the potential for long-term success, then maybe you just need to do some more research, to gather more information, to talk to some people who have been down this path before. Maybe you're just lacking the knowledge or the resources to see how this Ace of Pentacles could lead to the Ten of Pentacles. But if you don't want that particular kind of success, then it's time to start exploring other options. It's time to start thinking about what does excite you, what does resonate with your soul. It's time to start creating your own definition of success, one that's based on your own values and desires. Think about it like this. Maybe the Ten of Pentacles represents a traditional family life, with a big house in the suburbs, 2 kids, and a white picket fence. But maybe you're not interested in that. Maybe you want to travel the world, to live in different countries, to experience different cultures. Maybe you want to start your own business, to create something that's unique and innovative, to make a positive impact on the world. Or maybe the Ten of Pentacles represents a corporate career, with a steady paycheck, a comfortable retirement, and a gold watch. But maybe you're not interested in that. Maybe you want to be an artist, to express your creativity, to share your gifts with the world, even if it means sacrificing financial security. Maybe that Ace of Pentacles leads to the corner office. But the corner office isn't your dream. The Ten of Pentacles is asking you to really consider what your priorities are, what your values are, and what your soul is calling you to do. And the Four of Cups is helping you to recognize when you're feeling misaligned, when you're feeling apathetic, and when you're not on the right path. Together, these cards are empowering you to create a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. Okay, let's think about some more specific scenarios to really bring this home. Let's say the Ace of Pentacles is a job offer at a large, established company. The Ten of Pentacles might represent the traditional career path, climbing the corporate ladder, earning a good salary, and eventually retiring with a comfortable pension. But if you're feeling the Four of Cups, it might be because you realize that you don't want that traditional career path. You don't want to spend your life working for someone else, even if it means financial security. You want something more, something that's more aligned with your passions and your values. In that case, the Seven of Wands might be telling you to turn down the job offer, even though it looks good on paper. It might be telling you to take a risk, to start your own business, to pursue your creative passions, even if it means sacrificing some financial security. It might be telling you to create your own version of the Ten of Pentacles, one that's based on your own definition of success. Or, let's say the Ace of Pentacles is an opportunity to invest in a real estate property. The Ten of Pentacles might represent building a real estate empire, earning passive income, and creating a secure financial future for your family. But if you're feeling the Four of Cups, it might be because you realize that you don't want to be a landlord. You don't want to deal with tenants, repairs, and property management. You want something different, something that's more aligned with your values. Maybe you want to invest in socially responsible companies to support businesses that are making a positive impact on the world. Maybe you want to donate your money to charity to help those who are less fortunate. Maybe you want to use your wealth to travel the world, to experience different cultures, to learn new things. Again, you can create your own Ten of Pentacles. In that case, the Seven of Wands might be telling you to pass on the real estate investment, even though it seems like a smart financial move. It might be telling you to invest your money in something that's more aligned with your values, even if it doesn't generate as much income. It might be telling you to create your own version of the Ten of Pentacles, one that's based on your own definition of success. Okay, wow, this is so good. I'm getting so excited. So basically, what we're seeing here is that the Ten of Pentacles is a reminder to align your choices with your values, with your soul's purpose, and with your own unique definition of success. It's a reminder that true abundance is about more than just money and possessions. It's about creating a life that's rich in all the ways that matter. And it's a reminder that you have the power to create that life for yourself, regardless of what anyone else tells you that you should want. And if something feels like meh, dig into it. Is it fear, or is it your soul saying, not this, honey, something better? And this is all part of that awakening process that the Amazonite star crystal is all about, right? It's about opening your eyes to the possibilities that are all around you, about recognizing your own unique talents and gifts, and about having the courage to live a life that's truly authentic and fulfilling. Okay, I am seriously on the edge of my seat right now. This is so good. I feel like we're getting so close to understanding what this is all about, what you're supposed to do. I can't wait to see what the final card reveals. I have no idea what's coming, but I have a feeling it's going to be a game changer. Okay, let's pull that last card. Are you ready? I am so ready. Okay, oh my goodness, after all of that. We get the fool, are you kidding me? Okay, wow, so honestly, like my first reaction is, what? What does this even mean? After all that weighing and measuring, all that pausing and reflecting, all that like serious soul searching. We get the fool just leaping off a cliff? I mean, come on. Is this like a cosmic joke? Or is it like the perfect answer? I honestly can't tell right now. This is so exciting and yet so confusing. Okay, so the fool. Obviously, it's all about new beginnings, right? About taking a leap of faith, about stepping into the unknown with like total trust and optimism. It's about not knowing what's ahead, but being totally okay with that. It's about embracing the adventure, about saying yes to life, even when it's scary. And like after that 10 of Pentacles, which is all about security and stability, the Fool feels like the complete opposite, right? It's like ditch the security, ditch the stability, let's go on an adventure. But is that really the message here? Or is there something deeper going on? Because I feel like with all those other cards, especially that 4 of Cups, it can't be that simple, you know? This isn't just about blindly jumping into anything. It's about something more, something nuanced. Okay, wow, this is going to be good. So let's really break down the Fool, because I feel like we need to understand this card on a deeper level to really see how it fits into this whole story, okay? So, like I said, the Fool is all about new beginnings. It's the first card of the major arcana, so it represents the start of a whole new cycle, a whole new journey. It's about innocence, about optimism, about believing in the best possible outcome. It's about seeing the world with fresh eyes, without any preconceived notions or limiting beliefs. It's about being open to anything and everything, about embracing the unknown with curiosity and excitement. And like, that's such a beautiful energy, right? It's so freeing, so liberating. It's like you're not weighed down by the past, you're not worried about the future, you're just fully present in the moment, ready to experience whatever life has to offer. It's about trusting yourself, trusting the universe, and knowing that everything is going to be okay, even if you don't know how it's all going to work out. But you know, the Fool also has a shadow side, right? Because it can also be about naivete, about recklessness, about being unprepared for the challenges that lie ahead. It can be about ignoring the warning signs, about being too trusting, about making impulsive decisions without thinking them through. It's like you're so caught up in the excitement of the moment that you don't see the potential dangers, you don't consider the consequences of your actions. And like, that can lead to some pretty painful experiences, right? I mean, we've all been there, where we've jumped into something without thinking it through, and then we've ended up regretting it later. So the Fool isn't just about blindly leaping into anything. It's about finding that balance between trust and discernment, between optimism and realism. It's about being open to new experiences, but also being mindful of the potential risks. It's about trusting your intuition, but also using your common sense. And I think that's where the other cards come in, right? Because they're helping us to see all the different facets of this situation, to weigh the pros and cons, to consider the potential outcomes. They're helping us to make a more informed decision, to approach this new beginning with both excitement and awareness. So, the Fool isn't just about being reckless. It's about being brave, about being willing to take risks, about stepping outside of your comfort zone. It's about believing in yourself, about believing in your dreams, about knowing that you have the power to create the life you want. It's about embracing the journey, even when it's scary, even when you don't know where it's going to lead. It's about trusting that everything is happening for a reason, and that you're exactly where you're supposed to be, even if it doesn't feel like it right now. And like, that's such a powerful message, right? It's so inspiring, so empowering. It's like you don't have to have all the answers, you don't have to know exactly what you're doing, you just have to be willing to take that first step, to trust yourself, and to trust the universe. And that's what the Fool is all about. It's about taking that leap of faith, about embracing the unknown, and about believing in the magic of new beginnings. The key is, are you leaping into something amazing? Or off a cliff? Okay, so now let's connect the Fool to each of the previous cards, because I feel like that's where we're really going to unlock the meaning of this reading, okay? So, let's start with the Ace of Pentacles, that new opportunity, that seed of potential. How does the Fool interact with that? Well, on the one hand, the Fool could be seen as the embodiment of the Ace of Pentacles energy, right? It's that initial spark of excitement, that feeling of possibility, that sense of new beginnings. It's like you see this new opportunity, this Ace of Pentacles, and you're just so excited about it that you're ready to jump in head first without thinking about the consequences. You're so caught up in the potential of what it could be that you don't see any of the potential risks or challenges. You're just like, yes, this is it. This is going to change everything. But, on the other hand, the Fool could also be seen as a warning against blindly pursuing the Ace of Pentacles, right? It's like, don't just jump into this new opportunity without thinking it through. Don't let your excitement cloud your judgment. Don't ignore the warning signs. Take a step back, assess the situation, and make sure it's really the right thing for you. It's like the Ace of Pentacles is offering you a seed, but the Fool is asking you, are you sure you want to plant that seed? Are you sure it's going to grow into something that you actually want? Or are you just being impulsive, just being reckless, just being naive? So, the Fool is adding a layer of complexity to the Ace of Pentacles, right? It's not just about blindly grabbing the opportunity, it's about being discerning, about being mindful, about being intentional. It's about making sure that this new beginning is aligned with your values, with your goals, with your soul's purpose. Think about it like this. Imagine you're offered a new job, the Ace of Pentacles. It sounds amazing on paper. Great salary, excellent benefits, a prestigious company. But the Fool is asking you, are you sure this is the right job for you? Are you sure it's going to make you happy? Are you sure it's aligned with your values? Or are you just being seduced by the money and the prestige? Are you ignoring the fact that the job involves long hours, a stressful work environment, and a boss who's known to be a micromanager? The Fool is telling you to look beyond the surface, to consider the potential downsides, and to make sure that this new opportunity is truly the right fit for you. Or imagine you're offered a new relationship, the Ace of Pentacles. The person seems perfect on paper, attractive, intelligent, successful, and they seem really interested in you. But the Fool is asking you, are you sure this is the right relationship for you? Are you sure you're compatible? Are you sure you share the same values? Or are you just being blinded by lust and infatuation? Are you ignoring the red flags, the warning signs that this person might not be who they seem to be? The Fool is telling you to trust your intuition, to pay attention to your gut feelings, and to make sure that this new relationship is truly healthy and fulfilling. So, the Fool is helping us to be more mindful, more intentional, and more discerning when it comes to new opportunities. It's reminding us that not all that glitters is gold, and that it's important to look beneath the surface before we jump into anything. Okay, so now let's connect the Fool to the Hanged Man, that card of pause, of surrender, of shifting your perspective. How do these two cards work together? Well, at first glance, they seem like complete opposites, right? The Hanged Man is all about stillness, about introspection, about waiting for clarity. The Fool is all about action, about spontaneity, about embracing the unknown. It's like the Hanged Man is telling you to stop and think, while the Fool is telling you to just go for it. But you know, I think there's actually a really beautiful synergy between these two cards. Because the Fool isn't just about blindly jumping into anything, it's about trusting that you've done the work, that you've learned the lessons, that you're ready to take that leap of faith. And the Hanged Man is helping you to prepare for that leap, to get clear on your values, to align with your soul's purpose, to trust your intuition. It's like the Hanged Man is giving you the space and the perspective you need to make a more informed decision, so that when you do take that leap of faith, you're not just being reckless, you're being brave, you're being intentional, you're being aligned. Think about it like this. Imagine you're a trapeze artist preparing for a daring stunt. The Hanged Man is the time you spend hanging upside down, practicing your moves, getting your balance, trusting your equipment. It's the quiet moment of preparation before the big jump. And the Fool is the moment you let go of the bar and soar through the air, trusting that you'll land safely on the other side. It's the moment of exhilaration, of freedom, of pure, unadulterated joy. So, the Hanged Man is essential for the Fool, because it's helping you to prepare for that leap of faith, to get clear on your intentions, to trust your abilities. It's like you can't just jump off the trapeze without any preparation, right? You need to practice, you need to build your strength, you need to trust your skills. And the Hanged Man is giving you the time and the space you need to do that. But the Fool is also essential for the Hanged Man, because it's reminding you that you can't stay hanging upside down forever. At some point, you need to take action, you need to put your skills to the test, you need to embrace the adventure. It's like you can't just practice your trapeze moves forever, right? At some point, you need to let go of the bar and fly. And the Fool is giving you the courage and the inspiration you need to do that. So, the Hanged Man and the Fool are working together to create a balance between preparation and action, between introspection and spontaneity, between caution and courage. They're reminding you that it's important to take the time to reflect, to get clear on your values, to trust your intuition. But it's also important to take action, to embrace the unknown, and to believe in yourself. They're telling you that you have everything you need to succeed, and that it's time to take that leap of faith and create the life you want. It's like trust the pause, trust the preparation, then jump. Okay, so now let's connect the Fool to the Seven of Wands, that card of standing your ground, of defending your beliefs, of fighting for what you want. How do these two cards interact? Well, this is another interesting pairing, because the Fool is all about embracing the new, while the Seven of Wands is all about defending the old, right? The Fool is about stepping into the unknown, while the Seven of Wands is about protecting what you already have. It's like the Fool is telling you to let go of your fears and embrace the adventure, while the Seven of Wands is telling you to be prepared to fight for what you believe in. But, I think there's a really important message here about knowing when to fight and when to walk away. Because the Fool isn't just about blindly embracing anything. It's about being discerning, about being intentional, about knowing what's truly worth fighting for. And the Seven of Wands is helping you to clarify that, to identify your core values, to set your boundaries, and to defend what's most important to you. It's like the Fool is giving you the courage to step into the unknown, but the Seven of Wands is helping you to protect yourself along the way. It's reminding you that you don't have to sacrifice your values or your beliefs in order to embrace new experiences. You can be both open to new possibilities and committed to your core principles. Think about it like this. Imagine you're the Fool embarking on a new journey. You're excited about all the possibilities that lie ahead, but you're also aware that there will be challenges along the way. The Seven of Wands is your inner warrior, ready to defend you against anyone who tries to hold you back, to undermine your confidence, or to compromise your values. It's the part of you that says, I'm willing to take risks, but I'm not willing to sacrifice who I am. So, the Fool and the Seven of Wands are working together to create a balance between openness and protection, between adventure and security, between trust and discernment. They're reminding you that you can be both brave and grounded, both spontaneous and intentional, both open to new experiences and committed to your core values. They're telling you that you have the power to create a life that's both exciting and fulfilling, as long as you stay true to yourself and defend what's most important to you. The Seven of Wands asks, what hills are you willing to die on? And the Fool says, are you sure that's your hill? Okay, so now let's connect the Fool to the Four Hi, friend. Welcome to your reading. With the turquoise cluster as your crystal, it's all about empowerment, finding your voice, and speaking your truth. This reading is all about those echoes of ancient wisdom, what your soul already knows deep down, and how that plays out in your life right now. Okay, so let's dive right into these cards. Okay, so first up, we have the Star. Oh my gosh, this is such a beautiful card, and it just speaks of hope, healing, and renewal. Like, after a period of darkness, of feeling lost or uncertain, the star is like a beacon, a guiding light showing you the way forward. You know that feeling when you've been through a really tough time, and you finally start to see the first glimmers of light at the end of the tunnel. That's totally the energy of the star. It's like, okay, I made it through that. Now what? I feel like for a lot of you, this could represent a time of major healing, maybe from a past relationship, a difficult job situation, or just a general sense of feeling lost and adrift. The star is here to tell you that it's okay to let go of the past, to release those old wounds and embrace the future with open arms. It's like you've been carrying this weight for so long, and now you finally have the chance to put it down and breathe again. And the cool thing about the star is that it's not just about hope for the future, it's also about connecting with your own inner light, your own unique gifts and talents. It's about recognizing that you have everything you need within you to create the life you desire. It's empowering, just like the turquoise cluster wants you to feel. It's like you're not just waiting for something good to happen, you're actively creating it. You are the star. Think about what makes you feel truly alive, what brings you joy and excitement. What are those things you've always wanted to do, but maybe have been too afraid to try? The star is urging you to step into your power and pursue those passions with confidence and enthusiasm. Don't let fear hold you back. I'm seeing a strong connection to creativity here, too. Maybe you're an artist, a writer, a musician, or just someone who loves to express themselves in unique and innovative ways. The star is encouraging you to embrace your creative side and share your gifts with the world. It's like your creativity is a source of healing, both for yourself and for others. Don't be afraid to put yourself out there and let your light shine. And you know what else is so cool about the star? It represents a deep connection to the universe, to something bigger than yourself. It's like you're not alone on this journey. You're supported and guided by a higher power. Maybe that's God, the universe, your spirit guides, whatever you want to call it. The point is, you're not doing this alone. So, really lean into that feeling of connection, that sense of being supported and loved. Trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you can't see it right now. Have faith that the universe has your back and is guiding you towards your highest good. It's so exciting. I'm getting a strong sense that this is a time for you to really focus on your own well-being, to prioritize self-care and do things that nourish your soul. It's like you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself first before you can truly help others. And it ties back to feeling empowered, right? Because when you feel good, you're more confident, more energized, and more able to tackle whatever challenges come your way. So, what does self-care look like for you? Maybe it's taking a long bath, reading a good book, spending time in nature, or just doing something that makes you laugh. Whatever it is, make it a priority. Schedule it into your day and don't feel guilty about taking time for yourself. You deserve it. It's so important. The star is also about hope for the future, about believing that things can and will get better. It's like, even when things seem really dark, there's always a light shining somewhere. You just have to look for it. And sometimes, that light is within yourself. So don't give up on your dreams, don't lose faith in yourself, and don't let negativity bring you down. Keep your eyes on the stars and keep moving forward, one step at a time. You've got this. You're stronger than you think. And I feel like this is a really important message for you right now, because you may have been feeling a little discouraged lately, maybe like your efforts aren't paying off or that you're not making any progress. But the star is here to remind you that you are on the right path and that things are moving in the right direction, even if you can't see it yet. Trust the process, be patient with yourself, and keep doing the work. The rewards will come, I promise, and they'll be even sweeter because you've worked so hard for them. You are so close to breaking through to the next level, whatever that means for you. Keep going. I'm also seeing a theme of forgiveness here. Maybe there's someone in your life who you need to forgive, or maybe you need to forgive yourself for something you've done in the past. Holding on to anger and resentment only hurts you in the long run. It's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. Forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. It's about releasing the past and moving forward with a lighter heart. It doesn't mean you have to condone what happened, but it does mean you're choosing to let go of the negativity and reclaim your power. And you know, sometimes the hardest person to forgive is yourself. We all make mistakes, we all say and do things we regret. But it's important to remember that you're human and that you're doing the best you can. Don't beat yourself up over the past. Learn from your mistakes and move on. You deserve to be happy, you deserve to be free from guilt and shame. So, really take some time to reflect on who you need to forgive, whether it's someone else or yourself. And then make a conscious decision to let go of the anger and resentment. It's not always easy, but it's so worth it. It's so freeing. And I'm also getting a sense that this is a time for you to connect with your intuition, to listen to your inner voice and trust your gut feelings. Your intuition is always guiding you in the right direction, but sometimes it's hard to hear it over all the noise and distractions of daily life. So take some time to quiet your mind, to meditate, to spend time in nature, or just do something that helps you connect with your inner self. The more you listen to your intuition, the clearer it will become, and the easier it will be to make decisions that are aligned with your highest good. Trust yourself, you know more than you think. You really, really do. I feel like a big part of this is about releasing control, too. Sometimes we try to control everything in our lives because we think that's the only way to feel safe and secure. But the truth is, life is unpredictable, and things don't always go according to plan. Trying to control everything is exhausting and ultimately futile. It's like you're trying to hold onto sand with your bare hands. The harder you squeeze, the more it slips through your fingers. So, instead of trying to control everything, learn to surrender to the flow of life. Trust that everything is happening for a reason, even if you can't see it right now. And know that you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way. And this ties back to that feeling of connection to the universe, that sense of being supported and guided. When you trust that everything is happening for a reason, it's easier to let go of control and surrender to the flow. You know that you're not alone, that you're being taken care of, and that everything will ultimately work out for the best. So, really focus on releasing control and trusting the universe. It's not always easy, but it's so worth it. It's so liberating. It will bring so much peace into your life. I just know it will. Okay, wow, that was a lot about the star. I really feel like this card is bringing so much hope and healing into your life right now. Just remember to connect with your inner light, embrace your creativity, forgive yourself and others, listen to your intuition, and release control. And trust that everything is happening for a reason. But okay, so here comes the interesting part. Because next we have the Emperor. Now, this is a very different energy from the star, right? The Emperor is all about structure, authority, control, and discipline. It's that take charge kind of energy. And seeing these cards together, it's like, okay, you're healing, you're finding your hope, but then, bam, the Emperor comes in and wants to put everything in order. For some of you, the Emperor could represent a person in your life who embodies these qualities. Maybe it's a boss, a parent, a partner, or just someone who tends to be very dominant and controlling. This person might be trying to help you, but their methods can feel a little harsh, maybe? It's like they have good intentions, but they're not always the most sensitive or understanding. They might be pushing you to be more disciplined, more organized, more responsible. And while those are all good qualities to have, it's important to remember that you don't have to become someone you're not. You can still be your own unique self, even within a structured environment. So, if you're dealing with someone like this in your life, try to find a balance between their expectations and your own needs. Don't let them control you, but also don't completely dismiss their advice. There might be some wisdom in what they're saying, even if you don't like the way they're saying it. But for others of you, the Emperor could represent your own inner desire for control and structure. Maybe you're someone who likes to have everything planned out in advance, who feels anxious when things are uncertain or unpredictable. You like to have all the pieces in place, all the ducks in a row. I totally get that. And there's nothing wrong with wanting structure in your life. It can be very helpful for achieving your goals and creating a sense of stability. But it's important to remember that you can't control everything. Life is messy, things happen, and sometimes you just have to roll with the punches. Remember what we just talked about with the star? Releasing control? Yeah, this is where that becomes really important. So, if you tend to be a control freak, try to loosen your grip a little bit. Allow yourself to be spontaneous, to be flexible, to be open to new experiences. You might be surprised at how much you enjoy it. It's like, when you let go of control, you create space for new possibilities to enter your life. And I feel like this is a really important message for you right now, because you may have been feeling a little overwhelmed lately, maybe like you're juggling too many things at once, or that you're not able to keep up with all your responsibilities. The Emperor is here to remind you that you don't have to do everything yourself. You can ask for help, you can delegate tasks, and you can prioritize your time. It's like you're not a superhero, you're human, and it's okay to admit that you need help. In fact, it's a sign of strength, not weakness. So don't be afraid to reach out to others and ask for support. You'd be surprised at how willing people are to lend a hand. And you know what else is interesting about the Emperor? It represents a strong connection to your masculine energy, whether you're male or female. Masculine energy is all about action, logic, and assertiveness. It's about taking charge and making things happen. So, if you've been feeling a little passive lately, maybe like you're not taking enough initiative in your life, the Emperor is urging you to step into your masculine energy and start taking action. Don't wait for things to happen, make them happen. Set goals, create a plan, and then go out there and make it happen. You've got this, you really do. But it's important to remember that there's a balance between masculine and feminine energy. You don't want to become too aggressive or controlling. You also want to cultivate your feminine energy, which is all about intuition, creativity, and compassion. So, find a way to integrate both your masculine and feminine energy into your life. Be assertive when you need to be, but also be open to receiving guidance from your intuition. Be logical when you need to be, but also be compassionate and understanding. When you balance these two energies, you become a more well-rounded and effective person. And I'm also getting a sense that this is a time for you to set boundaries in your life, to clearly define what you will and will not tolerate from others. The Emperor is all about establishing rules and enforcing them. So, if you've been letting people walk all over you, or if you've been allowing toxic relationships to drain your energy, the Emperor is urging you to put a stop to it. Set boundaries, say no when you need to, and protect your own well-being. It's not always easy to set boundaries, especially if you're a people pleaser or if you're afraid of ka-a-n-f-l-i-k-a-te. But it's so important for your own mental and emotional health. When you set boundaries, you're telling people that you value yourself and that you deserve to be treated with respect. And you know what? People will respect you more when you set boundaries. They might not like it at first, but they'll eventually realize that you're not someone who can be taken advantage of. And the people who truly care about you will respect your boundaries and honor your needs. So, really take some time to reflect on where you need to set boundaries in your life, and then have the courage to do it. It might be uncomfortable at first, but it will be so worth it in the long run. You deserve to be happy, you deserve to be treated with respect, and you deserve to have healthy relationships. Okay, wow, so the Emperor is bringing a lot of structure and authority into your life right now. Just remember to find a balance between control and surrender, to step into your masculine energy, to set boundaries, and to ask for help when you need it. But here's where things get a little tricky. Because finally, we have the Nine of Swords. This card is all about anxiety, worry, fear, and insomnia. It's like, after the hope of the star and the structure of the Emperor, suddenly you're hit with this wave of overwhelming anxiety. It's intense. For some of you, the Nine of Swords could represent a specific situation that's causing you anxiety. Maybe it's a problem at work, a ka-a-n-f-l-i-k-a-te in your relationship, or a financial worry. Whatever it is, it's consuming your thoughts and keeping you up at night. You're constantly replaying the situation in your head, imagining all the worst-case scenarios. You're feeling trapped, helpless, and overwhelmed. It's like you can't escape the thoughts that are tormenting you. And I feel like this is a really important message for you right now, because you may have been trying to ignore your anxiety, to push it down and pretend it's not there. But the Nine of Swords is telling you that you can't ignore it anymore. You need to face your fears and deal with them head-on. Ignoring your anxiety will only make it worse in the long run. It's like a balloon that's getting filled with air. Eventually, it's going to pop. So, instead of trying to suppress your anxiety, try to understand it. What are you really afraid of? What are the root causes of your anxiety? Once you understand your fears, you can start to address them in a healthy way. Maybe that means talking to a therapist, practicing meditation, or making lifestyle changes. Whatever it is, find a way to cope with your anxiety that works for you. And for others of you, the Nine of Swords could represent a more general sense of anxiety, a chronic worry that's always lurking in the background. Maybe you're someone who tends to be anxious in general, who worries about everything and anything. You might have a hard time relaxing, even when things are going well. You're always waiting for the other shoe to drop. It's like you're living in a constant state of hypervigilance. And if that's you, it's important to remember that you're not alone. Anxiety is a very common problem, and there are many people who understand what you're going through. Don't be afraid to reach out for help. There are therapists, support groups, and online resources that can provide you with the support you need. It's also important to practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself, be patient with yourself, and remember that you're doing the best you can. Don't beat yourself up for feeling anxious. It's not your fault. Anxiety is a natural human emotion. And you know what else is interesting about the Nine of Swords? It represents a connection to your subconscious mind, to the hidden fears and beliefs that are driving your anxiety. Your subconscious mind is like a computer program that's running in the background. It's constantly influencing your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, even when you're not aware of it. So, if you're struggling with anxiety, it's important to examine your subconscious beliefs. What are the negative beliefs that are driving your anxiety? Maybe you believe that you're not good enough, that you're not worthy of love, or that something bad is going to happen to you. Once you identify these negative beliefs, you can start to challenge them. Are they really true? Are they based on fakatayeru or on assumptions? Often, these negative beliefs are based on past experiences or on things that other people have told you. But they're not necessarily true. You have the power to change your beliefs. You can choose to believe in yourself, to believe that you're worthy of love, and to believe that good things are going to happen to you. When you change your beliefs, you change your reality. And I'm also getting a sense that this is a time for you to practice mindfulness, to be present in the moment, and to observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Mindfulness is like a superpower that helps you to stay calm and centered, even when you're feeling anxious. When you practice mindfulness, you're not trying to stop your thoughts or change your feelings. You're simply observing them, like clouds passing in the sky. You're noticing them without getting carried away by them. Mindfulness can help you to break free from the cycle of anxiety. When you're mindful, you're not replaying the past or worrying about the future. You're simply focusing on the present moment. And when you're present in the moment, you're less likely to feel anxious. There are many ways to practice mindfulness. You can meditate, you can do yoga, or you can simply pay attention to your breath. Whatever you do, the key is to be present and to observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment. Okay, wow, the Nine of Swords is bringing a lot of anxiety and fear into your life right now. Just remember to face your fears, to challenge your negative beliefs, to practice mindfulness, and to seek help when you need it. It's all a part of this journey, and you can get through this. So, putting these cards together, it's like you're on this path of healing and hope with the star, then the Emperor comes in with the structure, and then bam, the Nine of Swords hits, bringing up all these anxieties and fears. It's almost like the structure of the Emperor is triggering these underlying worries. Maybe the need to control things is actually making you more anxious. Or maybe the Emperor is showing you where you need to set boundaries to protect yourself from the things that are causing you anxiety. That's something to think about. Are you trying to control something that is causing you the anxiety in the first place? That is a real possibility that you should consider. And how does this all tie back to echoes of ancient wisdom and what your soul already knows? I think it's about recognizing these patterns, right? Maybe you've been through similar cycles before, where you experience hope and healing, then try to impose structure, and then get overwhelmed by anxiety. It's like your soul is trying to tell you something, trying to help you break free from these repeating patterns. Maybe you've had similar control issues in the past. Maybe in past lives you've dealt with similar anxiety. This is why I feel like the star is so important. And the turquoise cluster too. Because the only way to break free from the cycle is to really embrace that hope and healing, to trust that everything is happening for a reason, and to connect with your own inner strength. You have the power to overcome your anxieties, to set boundaries, and to create a life that is filled with joy and peace. You really do. So, friend, I think this is a really powerful message for you right now. It's a reminder that you're not alone, that you're supported, and that you have the strength to overcome whatever challenges come your way. You are so empowered. Now, I'm really curious to see how the next cards will build on this. Okay. Deep breaths, because next up we have the Devil. Oh my gosh. Okay, friend, this is a big one. This card is intense, like seriously intense. It can be a little scary, I'm not gonna lie, but don't freak out. Don't freak out. Remember, we're just exploring what your soul already knows, right? And sometimes, what your soul knows is that there are things lurking in the shadows that need to be brought to light. So, yeah, the Devil. Whoa, what does this even mean in the context of everything else we've pulled? You know, with the star being all about hope, the Emperor about structure, and the Nine of Swords just layering on that anxiety. And now the Devil, buckle up. Okay, so first things first, the Devil isn't necessarily about being evil or bad, okay? It's more about feeling trapped, about being bound by things that are holding you back. It could be addictions, limiting beliefs, negative patterns, toxic relationships, anything that's keeping you from living your fullest potential. It's like you know you're capable of so much more, but you're stuck in this cycle that you can't seem to break free from. And seeing it after the Nine of Swords. That anxiety? Oh, friend, I feel like this is saying that your anxiety might actually be rooted in feeling trapped by something. Like the anxiety isn't just random, it's a symptom of something deeper that needs to be addressed. Does that make sense? It's like your soul is screaming at you. Hey, pay attention, you're not free. Maybe the Emperor's structure is actually part of the problem. Like maybe you're trying so hard to control everything, to create this perfect, orderly life that you're actually trapping yourself. Or maybe someone else is trying to control you, like that Emperor figure we talked about, and that's what's making you feel so anxious and stuck. Or, you know what else? Maybe you are binding yourself, being the dominant figure to yourself and trapping that pure inner child. And so it's like, what does the inner child want that you're not giving? You may want to reflect on that. Okay, let's dive a little deeper into what the Devil could represent for you specifically. When I see this card, the first thing that often comes to mind is addiction. And I don't just mean like drugs or alcohol, although it could be that. Addiction can take so many forms, you know. It could be an addiction to work, to social media, to food, to drama, to anything that you use to numb yourself or escape from reality. It's like you're using this thing to fill a void, to avoid feeling your emotions, or to cope with stress. And while it might provide temporary relief, it's ultimately just making things worse in the long run. Does any of that resonate? Think about what you turn to when you're feeling stressed, anxious, or overwhelmed. Is there anything you use to cope that might actually be holding you back? It could even be as simple as constantly checking your phone or watching TV for hours on end. It's like anything that you're using to avoid facing your problems is potentially a devil in disguise. You may even be addicted to love. And what I mean by that is you're constantly seeking external validation or love from others. What's important to understand about that is you are your own source of love. If that is what this means for you, of course. But okay, let's say addiction isn't really the issue for you. The Devil can also represent limiting beliefs, those negative thoughts and beliefs that you have about yourself and the world that are holding you back from achieving your dreams. It's like you're telling yourself that you're not good enough, that you're not capable, that you don't deserve to be happy. And these beliefs become like chains that bind you, preventing you from taking risks, pursuing your passions, or stepping into your power. You know, it's like that inner critic that's constantly whispering in your ear, telling you all the reasons why you can't succeed. And the thing is, these beliefs are often based on past experiences or on things that other people have told you. They're not necessarily true, but you've internalized them and they've become a part of your identity. So, what are some of the limiting beliefs that might be holding you back? Maybe you believe that you're not smart enough to start your own business, or that you're not attractive enough to find love, or that you're not worthy of success. Whatever they are, it's time to challenge them. Where did these beliefs come from? Are they really true? And more importantly, are they serving you? If not, it's time to let them go. Time to break those chains. And you know, I feel like this ties in so strongly with the turquoise cluster and that theme of empowerment. Because those limiting beliefs, they're the opposite of empowering, right? They're disempowering. They're taking away your power and giving it to fear, to doubt, to insecurity. The turquoise cluster is all about finding your voice and speaking your truth. So, what's the truth about you? Are you really not good enough? Are you really not capable? Or are you actually amazing, talented, and worthy of all the good things life has to offer? I think you know the answer to that question. I think your soul already knows. It's just a matter of tapping into that inner wisdom and believing in yourself. The key is to remember that your mind is a garden, your thoughts are the seeds, and you can grow flowers or you can grow weeds. So, plant some flowers. Okay, but let's say it's not addiction or limiting beliefs. The devil can also represent feeling trapped in a situation that you can't seem to escape. Maybe it's a toxic relationship, a dead-end job, a financial burden, or a family obligation. It's like you feel like you're stuck in this situation, that you have no other options, that you're completely dependent on something outside of you. And that feeling of powerlessness can be incredibly suffocating. You know, it's like being in a cage, looking out at the world and longing to be free. And the thing is, even if it feels like you're trapped, you always have a choice. You always have the power to change your situation, even if it's just a small step. It might not be easy, it might be scary, but you're not as powerless as you think you are. So, what situation in your life might you be feeling trapped in right now? And what's one small step you can take to start breaking free? This is where the Emperor and those boundaries we were talking about comes in. Maybe the devil is that relationship in your life that you're afraid to put a boundary on. It could also be a job. I'm getting a strong sense that this could be about your career path. Like maybe you're in a job that you hate, but you feel like you can't leave because you need the money or because you're afraid of what other people will think. But staying in that job is slowly draining your soul. It's like you're selling your soul to the devil for a paycheck. You're exchanging your happiness and your well-being for security. And that's not a trade-off that's worth it in the long run. And you know what else? You may be worried about your family obligations. Maybe they don't want you to move, or maybe they rely on you being somewhere. And that's valid and a hard thing to think about. So, if this resonates, it's time to start exploring your options. What other jobs are out there? What skills do you have that you can leverage? What steps can you take to create a career that's aligned with your values and your passions? It might take time, it might take effort, but it's possible. You can create a life that's both fulfilling and financially secure. You just have to be willing to take the leap. And it goes back to what we were saying about the star, right? About having hope for the future and believing that things can get better. You have to believe that you deserve to be happy, that you deserve to have a career that you love, and that you're capable of creating that reality for yourself. Okay, but there's another side to the devil that we need to talk about, and it's the shadow side. The devil can also represent your own dark side, those parts of yourself that you don't like to acknowledge or that you try to suppress. It could be your anger, your jealousy, your greed, your selfishness, your insecurities, anything that you consider to be negative or undesirable. It's like you're trying to be this perfect, good person, but you're denying a part of yourself that's just as real as the rest. And the thing is, when you deny your shadow side, it doesn't just go away. It festers, it grows stronger, and it eventually comes out in unhealthy ways. It might manifest as passive aggressiveness, as self-sabotage, as lashing out at others, or as any other form of destructive behavior. So, what are some of the aspects of your shadow side that you might be denying? Are you secretly jealous of your friend's success? Do you have a tendency to be overly critical of others? Do you struggle with feelings of anger or resentment? It's important to be honest with yourself about these things, even if it's uncomfortable. Because only when you acknowledge your shadow side can you start to integrate it into your whole self. And by integrate, I mean embracing the good, the bad, and the ugly. Because we're all human, and we all have flaws. Embracing your shadow side is about accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. It's about recognizing that your dark side is just as much a part of you as your light side. And when you embrace your shadow side, you actually become more whole, more authentic, and more empowered. It's important to really acknowledge that darkness, you know? So, how do you do that? It's a process called shadow work, and it's all about shining a light on those dark corners of your psyche and bringing them into conscious awareness. There are many different techniques you can use, such as journaling, meditation, therapy, or creative expression. The key is to be willing to explore your inner world with honesty and compassion. It's not about judging yourself or beating yourself up for your flaws. It's about understanding where those flaws come from and how they're impacting your life. And when you understand your shadow side, you can start to make conscious choices about how you want to behave. You can choose to act from a place of love and compassion instead of from a place of fear and insecurity. You can choose to embrace your flaws instead of trying to hide them. And you can choose to live a more authentic and fulfilling life. It's also important to remember that your shadow side isn't all bad. It can also be a source of creativity, passion, and strength. For example, your anger can be a powerful motivator for change. Your jealousy can be a sign that you desire something that you're not allowing yourself to have, and your insecurities can push you to grow and improve. The key is to learn how to harness the energy of your shadow side in a healthy and constructive way. Don't suppress it, don't deny it, but don't let it control you either. Find a way to integrate it into your whole self and use it to fuel your growth and transformation. Think of it as alchemy, turning lead into gold. It's one of the strongest forms of transmutation. And you know what else? Your soul might actually be craving some shadow work. And not in like a terrible way, more like a hey, I'm here and you can't ignore me forever kind of way. So, how does all of this tie back to echoes of ancient wisdom and what your soul already knows? I think it's about recognizing that these patterns of addiction, limiting beliefs, feeling trapped, and denying your shadow side are not new. They're ancient patterns that have been playing out in humanity for centuries. And your soul has likely experienced these patterns in past lives, in different forms and in different contexts. It's like your soul is saying, hey, I've been down this road before. I know what it's like to feel trapped, to feel powerless, to feel like I'm not good enough. But I also know that it's possible to break free. I know that I have the strength and the power to overcome these challenges. And that's where the ancient wisdom comes in. The ancient wisdom is the knowledge that we are all connected, that we are all part of something bigger than ourselves, and that we all have the potential to heal and transform. It's the knowledge that we are not alone in our struggles and that there is always hope for a better future. And the turquoise cluster is all about connecting with that ancient wisdom and tapping into that inner strength. It's about remembering who you truly are, beyond the limitations of your ego and your fears. It's about recognizing that you are a powerful, creative being who is capable of anything you set your mind to. So, how can you start to break free from these patterns? First, it's important to become aware of them. To notice when you're engaging in addictive behaviors, when you're listening to your limiting beliefs, when you're feeling trapped, or when you're denying your shadow side. Once you become aware of these patterns, you can start to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this really serving me? Is this really who I want to be? And if the answer is no, then it's time to make a change. It might not be easy, it might be scary, but it's possible. You can break free from these chains, you can reclaim your power, and you can create a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And that's what empowerment is all about, right? It's about taking control of your life and making conscious choices that support your growth and well-being. It's about living in alignment with your values and your passions. And it's about trusting that you have everything you need within you to create the life you desire. Remember that the devil is a trickster in some ways, an illusion. If you can name the illusion, you can claim back your power. And I feel like the star card from before is so important here because it's like, even though the devil is showing you these dark aspects, the star is still shining. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope. There's always a light guiding you forward. And the Emperor? Well, maybe it's time to use that structure and discipline to set some boundaries with your own inner demons, to create a plan for breaking free from those limiting beliefs and addictive patterns, to take control of your life and start creating the reality you desire. And the Nine of Swords, it's a reminder to be gentle with yourself, to acknowledge your anxiety and fears, but not to let them control you, to practice mindfulness, to connect with your breath, and to trust that you have the strength to overcome whatever challenges come your way. What makes you anxious about breaking free? What parts of your mind try to hold you back? Wow, okay. I feel like this is a really powerful and potentially transformative message for you. It's a call to action, a challenge to step into your power and break free from whatever is holding you back. It's about recognizing that you are not your limitations, you are not your fears, and you are not your past. You are a powerful, creative being who is capable of anything you set your mind to. Trust yourself, trust your soul, and trust that you have the strength to create the life you desire. And friend, please consider talking to a professional if you're really struggling with any of this. It's okay to ask for help, seriously. Okay, so I am like on the edge of my seat here, because we still have 3 more cards to pull. 3. And after that devil card, who knows what's coming next? Is it going to be more challenges, more opportunities, or maybe a combination of both? I'm so excited to find out. What is the next layer of this onion? Let's see what it is. Okay. Wowza. That devil card really threw a wrench into things, huh? I mean, we had the star shining so brightly, the Emperor trying to bring order, and then the Nine of Swords with all that anxiety. And now the devil, it's like, what? But you know what? I think this is exactly where the real magic happens. This is where we get to see what's really going on beneath the surface, what your soul is really trying to tell you. So, deep breaths, friend. We're gonna get through this together. So, the devil. It isn't about some outside evil force, okay? It's not about some red-suited dude with horns trying to tempt you into doing bad things. It's way more personal than that. It's about the chains we put on ourselves. It's about those things that are holding you back, keeping you stuck in patterns that don't serve you. Like I was saying before, it's about feeling trapped. And think about how that connects to the Nine of Swords. All that anxiety, all those sleepless nights. That's what happens when you feel trapped, right? Your mind starts racing, you start imagining all the worst-case scenarios, and you feel like you can't escape. So the Nine of Swords is like the symptom, and the devil is like the cause. Makes sense? And then the Emperor. Oh man, maybe that's part of the trap too. Like maybe you're trying so hard to control everything, to create this perfect, structured life, that you're actually suffocating yourself in the process. Or maybe someone else is trying to control you, like a boss or a parent or a partner, and that's what's making you feel so trapped and anxious. Wow, this is getting juicy. Okay, so let's talk about what the devil could actually mean for you. What kind of chains are we talking about here? What's keeping you from living your best, most authentic life? The first thing that comes to mind is addiction. And again, it's not just about the obvious stuff like drugs or alcohol. Addiction can be anything that you use to numb yourself, to escape from reality, to avoid feeling your feelings. Think about it. Do you have any habits that you know aren't good for you, but you just can't seem to break? Maybe it's scrolling through social media for hours every day, comparing yourself to everyone else and feeling inadequate. Or maybe it's binge-watching TV shows to avoid dealing with your problems. Or maybe it's emotional eating, using food to cope with stress or sadness. Or work. I feel like it could really be work for some of you. It's like, whatever it is, it's something that you turn to for comfort, for distraction, but it's ultimately just making things worse in the long run. It's a temporary fix that's actually creating more problems than it's solving. And those problems may be manifesting in your mind through anxiety or your body with a general feeling of unwellness. Does any of that resonate? Take a moment to really think about it. What do you do when you're feeling stressed, anxious, or overwhelmed? What's your go-to escape? And be honest with yourself, okay? No judgment here. We all have our coping mechanisms. But the key is to recognize when those coping mechanisms are turning into addictions, when they're starting to control you instead of the other way around. And sometimes it's hard to see it yourself. Sometimes you need someone else to point it out to you. So, maybe ask a trusted friend or family member if they've noticed any unhealthy habits in your life. Or consider talking to a therapist or counselor. They can help you identify your addictions and develop healthy coping strategies. That's part of the empowerment and healing, right? Taking your power back. Okay, but let's say addiction isn't really your thing. The devil can also represent limiting beliefs. Oh man, these are sneaky little devils, aren't they? Limiting beliefs are those negative thoughts and beliefs that you have about yourself and the world that are holding you back from achieving your dreams. It's like you're telling yourself that you're not good enough, that you're not capable, that you don't deserve to be happy. And these beliefs become like chains that bind you, preventing you from taking risks, pursuing your passions, or stepping into your power. It's like that inner critic that's constantly whispering in your ear, telling you all the reasons why you can't succeed. You're not smart enough. You're not talented enough. You're not worthy of love. Sound familiar? And the thing is, these limiting beliefs are often based on past experiences or on things that other people have told you. Maybe you were told as a child that you weren't good at math, so now you believe that you're just not a math person. Or maybe you had a bad relationship in the past, so now you believe that you're not capable of finding love. Or maybe you were told that you're not creative, so you've given up on your artistic dreams. But the truth is, these beliefs are just stories that you're telling yourself. They're not necessarily true. They're just interpretations of past events that have become ingrained in your mind. But the good news is, you can change your beliefs. You have the power to rewrite your story, to challenge those negative thoughts and replace them with positive, empowering ones. It takes work, it takes practice, but it's totally possible. So, what are some of the limiting beliefs that might be holding you back? Really dig deep here. What are the things that you tell yourself that prevent you from going after what you want? Maybe you believe that you're not worthy of success, so you sabotage yourself whenever you get close to achieving your goals. Or maybe you believe that you're not attractive enough, so you avoid putting yourself out there and meeting new people. Or maybe you believe that you're not capable of starting your own business, so you stay stuck in a job that you hate. Whatever they are, write them down. Get them out of your head and onto paper. And then challenge them. Ask yourself, is this belief really true? Is there any evidence to support it? Or is it just a story that I'm telling myself? And then ask yourself, is this belief serving me? Is it helping me to achieve my goals and live a fulfilling life? Or is it holding me back? If the answer is no, then it's time to let it go. Time to break those chains, time to rewrite your story. And I feel like this ties in so strongly with the turquoise cluster and that theme of empowerment. Because those limiting beliefs, they're the opposite of empowering, right? They're disempowering. They're taking away your power and giving it to fear, to doubt, to insecurity. The turquoise cluster is all about finding your voice and speaking your truth. So, what's the truth about you? Are you really not good enough? Are you really not capable? Or are you actually amazing, talented, and worthy of all the good things life has to offer? I think you know the answer to that question. I think your soul already knows. It's just a matter of tapping into that inner wisdom and believing in yourself. And how do you do that? Affirmations. Start telling yourself positive things every day. I am worthy. I am capable. I am strong. I am beautiful. I am loved. Repeat these affirmations over and over again until they start to sink into your subconscious mind. Visualize yourself achieving your goals, living your best life. Feel the emotions of success, of happiness, of love, and surround yourself with positive people who believe in you and support your dreams. The key is to remember that your mind is a garden, your thoughts are the seeds, and you can grow flowers or you can grow weeds. So, plant some flowers. Okay, but let's say it's not addiction or limiting beliefs. The devil can also represent feeling trapped in a situation that you can't seem to escape. Maybe it's a toxic relationship, a dead-end job, a financial burden, or a family obligation. It's like you feel like you're stuck in this situation, that you have no other options, that you're completely dependent on something outside of you. And that feeling of powerlessness can be incredibly suffocating. You know, it's like being in a cage, looking out at the world and longing to be free. And the thing is, even if it feels like you're trapped, you always have a choice. You always have the power to change your situation, even if it's just a small step. It might not be easy, it might be scary, but you're not as powerless as you think you are. So, what situation in your life might you be feeling trapped in right now? And what's one small step you can take to start breaking free? If it's a toxic relationship, maybe it's setting a boundary with that person, telling them that you're no longer willing to tolerate their behavior. If it's a dead-end job, maybe it's updating your resume and starting to look for new opportunities. If it's a financial burden, maybe it's creating a budget and starting to save money. Or maybe it's just talking to someone about how you're feeling. Sometimes, just getting it off your chest can make a huge difference. The key is to take action, to do something, anything, to start moving forward. Even if it's just a tiny step, it's a step in the right direction. And with that Emperor energy, take back your power. This is where the Emperor and those boundaries we were talking about comes in, too. Maybe the devil is that relationship in your life that you're afraid to put a boundary on. It could also be a job. I'm getting a strong sense that this could be about your career path. Like maybe you're in a job that you hate, but you feel like you can't leave because you need the money or because you're afraid of what other people will think. But staying in that job is slowly draining your soul. It's like you're selling your soul to the devil for a paycheck. You're exchanging your happiness and your well-being for security. And that's not a trade-off that's worth it in the long run. And you know what else? This feels important. You may be worried about your family obligations. Maybe they don't want you to move, or maybe they rely on you being somewhere. And that's valid and a hard thing to think about. Like, how do you balance your needs with the needs of your family? How do you honor your own desires without hurting the people you love? It's a tough question, and there's no easy answer. But it's important to remember that you're not responsible for everyone else's happiness. You're only responsible for your own. And if you're not happy, you can't truly be there for the people you love. So, if this resonates, it's time to start exploring your options. What other jobs are out there? What skills do you have that you can leverage? What steps can you take to create a career that's aligned with your values and your passions? It might take time, it might take effort, but it's possible. You can create a life that's both fulfilling and financially secure. You just have to be willing to take the leap. And it goes back to what we were saying about the star, right? About having hope for the future and believing that things can get better. You have to believe that you deserve to be happy, that you deserve to have a career that you love, and that you're capable of creating that reality for yourself. Okay, but there's another side to the devil that we need to talk about, and it's the shadow side. Oh yeah, this is where things get really interesting. The devil can also represent your own dark side, those parts of yourself that you don't like to acknowledge or that you try to suppress. It could be your anger, your jealousy, your greed, your selfishness, your insecurities, anything that you consider to be negative or undesirable. It's like you're trying to be this perfect, good person, but you're denying a part of yourself that's just as real as the rest. And the thing is, when you deny your shadow side, it doesn't just go away. It festers, it grows stronger, and it eventually comes out in unhealthy ways. It might manifest as passive aggressiveness, as self-sabotage, as lashing out at others, or as any other form of destructive behavior. It's like that repressed anger is going to come out somehow, you know? And it's usually not pretty. So, what are some of the aspects of your shadow side that you might be denying? Are you secretly jealous of your friend's success? Do you have a tendency to be overly critical of others? Do you struggle with feelings of anger or resentment? Are you afraid of your own power? Are you afraid of being vulnerable? Are you afraid of being seen for who you truly are? It's important to be honest with yourself about these things, even if it's uncomfortable. Because only when you acknowledge your shadow side can you start to integrate it into your whole self. And by integrate, I mean accepting the good, the bad, and the ugly. It's like we're all human, and we all have flaws. Embracing your shadow side is about accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. It's about recognizing that your dark side is just as much a part of you as your light side. And when you embrace your shadow side, you actually become more whole, more authentic, and more empowered. That sounds counterintuitive, right? Like, how can embracing your dark side make you more empowered? But it's true. Because when you deny your shadow side, you're basically saying that you're not good enough as you are. You're saying that you need to be perfect in order to be worthy of love and acceptance. And that's just not true. You are worthy of love and acceptance, exactly as you are, flaws and all. It's important to really acknowledge that darkness, you know. And like I said before, it's not about judging yourself or feeling guilty about your flaws. It's about understanding where those flaws come from and how they're impacting your life. So, how do you do that? It's a process called shadow work, and it's all about shining a light on those dark corners of your psyche and bringing them into conscious awareness. There are many different techniques you can use, such as journaling, meditation, therapy, or creative expression. The key is to be willing to explore your inner world with honesty and compassion. For example, you could try journaling about your fears, your insecurities, or your past traumas. What are you most afraid of? What are you most ashamed of? What are the things that you try to avoid thinking about? Write it all down without censoring yourself. Let it all out. And then reflect on what you've written. What patterns do you notice? What insights do you gain? You could also try meditating on your shadow side. Close your eyes, take a few deep breaths, and imagine yourself standing in front of a mirror. What do you see reflected back at you? What are the qualities that you dislike or that you try to hide? Acknowledge those qualities and then send them love and compassion. Tell yourself that it's okay to have flaws, that you're still worthy of love and acceptance, even with your imperfections. This isn't something to take lightly, it is a process. And you know what else? Sometimes our dreams can reveal our shadow side to us. Pay attention to your dreams, especially the ones that are disturbing or unsettling. What are the symbols and images that appear in your dreams? What emotions do you feel? These dreams can be messages from your subconscious mind, telling you something about your shadow side. You could also try creative expression as a way to explore your shadow side. Write a poem, paint a picture, dance to a song, or do anything else that allows you to express your emotions and feelings in a creative way. Don't worry about being perfect, just let it all flow. You might be surprised at what comes out. And when you understand your shadow side, you can start to make conscious choices about how you want to behave. You can choose to act from a place of love and compassion instead of from a place of fear and insecurity. You can choose to embrace your flaws instead of trying to hide them. And you can choose to live a more authentic and fulfilling life. It's also important to remember that your shadow side isn't all bad. It can also be a source of creativity, passion, and strength. For example, your anger can be a powerful motivator for change. Your jealousy can be a sign that you desire something that you're not allowing yourself to have, and your insecurities can push you to grow and improve. Think about it. Without anger, would we ever stand up for ourselves or for others? Without jealousy, would we ever strive to achieve our goals? Without insecurity, would we ever push ourselves to be better? The key is to learn how to harness the energy of your shadow side in a healthy and constructive way. Don't suppress it, don't deny it, but don't let it control you either. Find a way to integrate it into your whole self and use it to fuel your growth and transformation. It's about finding that balance, about recognizing that your shadow side is just as much a part of you as your light side, and that both are necessary for a complete and fulfilling life. Think of it as alchemy, turning lead into gold. It's one of the strongest forms of transmutation. Embracing the bad to unlock the truly good. And you know what else? Your soul might actually be craving some shadow work. And not in like a terrible way, more like a hey, I'm here and you can't ignore me forever kind of way. It's like your soul is saying, I know you've been trying to be this perfect, good person, but you can't keep denying your dark side. It's time to face your demons and integrate them into your whole self. Trust me, I'm hearing this very clearly for you. It's a necessary step on your journey to empowerment and self-discovery. So, how does all of this tie back to echoes of ancient wisdom and what your soul already knows? I think it's about recognizing that these patterns of addiction, limiting beliefs, feeling trapped, and denying your shadow side are not new. They're ancient patterns that have been playing out in humanity for centuries. These are problems that humanity has been battling since the dawn of consciousness. And your soul has likely experienced these patterns in past lives, in different forms, and in different contexts. Think about it. How many times have you felt trapped in a situation that you couldn't escape? How many times have you been held back by your limiting beliefs? How many times have you denied your shadow side? These are recurring themes in the human experience, and your soul has likely encountered them many times before. It's like your soul is saying, "Hey, I've been down this road before. I know what it's like to feel trapped, to feel powerless, to feel like I'm not good enough. But I also know that it's possible to break free. I know that I have the strength and the power to overcome these challenges." And that's where the ancient wisdom comes in. The ancient wisdom is the knowledge that we are all connected, that we are all part of something bigger than ourselves, and that we all have the potential to heal and transform. It's the knowledge that we are not alone in our struggles and that there is always hope for a better future. It's about tapping into that inner knowing, that deep sense of wisdom that resides within each and every one of us. It's about remembering that you are not just a physical body, you are a soul, a spirit, a being of light, and you have access to infinite wisdom and knowledge. You just have to learn how to tap into it. And the turquoise cluster is all about connecting with that ancient wisdom and tapping into that inner strength. It's about remembering who you truly are, beyond the limitations of your ego and your fears. It's about recognizing that you are a powerful, creative being who is capable of anything you set your mind to. It's like the turquoise cluster is a reminder that you have all the answers within you. You just have to learn how to listen. So, how can you start to break free from these patterns? How can you tap into that ancient wisdom and reclaim your power? First, it's important to become aware of them. To notice when you're engaging in addictive behaviors, when you're listening to your limiting beliefs, when you're feeling trapped, or when you're denying your shadow side. Once you become aware of these patterns, you can start to challenge them. Ask yourself, is this really serving me? Is this really who I want to be? And if the answer is no, then it's time to make a change. It might not be easy, it might be scary, but it's possible. You can break free from these chains, you can reclaim your power, and you can create a life that's aligned with your soul's purpose. And that's what empowerment is all about, right? It's about taking control of your life and making conscious choices that support your growth and well-being. It's about living in alignment with your values and your passions. And it's about trusting that you have everything you need within you to create the life you desire. It's like you're the driver of your own bus and you get to choose where you want to go. But you have to be willing to take the wheel and steer the bus in the right direction. Remember that the devil is a trickster in some ways, an illusion. If you can name the illusion, you can claim back your power. And I feel like the star card from before is so important here because it's like, even though the devil is showing you these dark aspects, the star is still shining. It's a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there's always hope. There's always a light guiding you forward. And the Emperor? Well, maybe it's time to use that structure and discipline to set some boundaries with your own inner demons, to create a plan for breaking free from those limiting beliefs and addictive patterns, to take control of your life and start creating the reality you desire. And the Nine of Swords. It's a reminder to be gentle with yourself, to acknowledge your anxiety and fears, but not to let them control you, to practice mindfulness, to connect with your breath, and to trust that you have the strength to overcome whatever challenges come your way. It is also valid to ask, what makes you anxious about breaking free? What parts of your mind try to hold you back? What are the benefits of staying where you are? I know it sounds crazy, but there are often secondary benefits to staying stuck. Maybe it's the comfort of the familiar, or the fear of the unknown, or the desire to avoid ka-a-n-f-l-i-k-a-te. But whatever it is, it's important to identify those benefits so you can start to address them. Wow, okay. I feel like this is a really powerful and potentially transformative message for you. It's a call to action, a challenge to step into your power and break free from whatever is holding you back. It's about recognizing that you are not your limitations, you are not your fears, and you are not your past. You are a powerful, creative being who is capable of anything you set your mind to. It's about remembering that you are a child of the universe, that you are made of stardust, and that you have a divine purpose to fulfill. Trust yourself, trust your soul, and trust that you have the strength to create the life you desire. And friend, please consider talking to a professional if you're really struggling with any of this. It's okay to ask for help, seriously. Shadow work is deep, and there's no shame in getting support. Okay, so I am like on the edge of my seat here, because we still have 2 more cards to pull. 2. And after that devil card, who knows what's coming next? Is it going to be more challenges, more opportunities, or maybe a combination of both? Is the wheel going to turn and we are going to see brighter days? Or are there still more illusions to break through? Gosh, I'm so excited to find out. What is the next layer of this onion? Okay, here we go. Okay, so after all of that, like all that digging around in the shadows, we now have the 2 of Wands. Like, oh my gosh, what does this even mean after everything we just uncovered? I'm so curious. Like the devil was so intense, so heavy, and now we have choices, opportunities, or maybe even more confusion. Like, this is so exciting, like, I'm so ready to see where this goes. Okay, so 2 of Wands. Let's dive in, okay? Okay, so the 2 of Wands. I feel like immediately what I'm getting is the sense of choices, okay? Like you're at a crossroads and there are 2 different paths in front of you and you're trying to figure out which one to take. Does that resonate at all? Like, are you feeling pulled in 2 different directions right now? Maybe it's in your career, maybe it's in your relationship, maybe it's just in your life in general, but it's like you're trying to decide which way to go. And it's not clear at all which path is the right one, or even if there even is a right one. And because it's Wands, right, it's like fire energy. It's about passion, creativity, and action. So this isn't just about like any old choice. This is about a choice that's gonna ignite something in you, something that's gonna spark your soul, something that's gonna lead you towards your true purpose, maybe? Or at least that's what you hope will happen, right? But what if you make the wrong choice? That's probably what that anxiety from the 9 of Swords is all about, right? The fear of making the wrong decision, of choosing the path that leads you further away from your dreams instead of closer to them. Like, oh my gosh, that's so relatable, right? It's like, we all want to make the right choices, we all want to be on the right path, but how do we know for sure? How do we know that we're not screwing things up? And you know what else? I feel like this also ties into that devil card we just talked about, right? Because maybe one of those choices is the safe choice, the one that keeps you stuck in those familiar patterns, the one that keeps you chained to those limiting beliefs, the one that keeps you selling your soul to the devil for a paycheck. And the other choice is the scary choice, the one that forces you to break free from those chains, the one that challenges you to step into your power, the one that leads you towards your true potential, maybe. But it's scary because it's unknown, it's uncertain, it's risky. And that makes perfect sense. Like, it's way easier to just stay where you are, even if you're miserable, because at least you know what to expect, right? But your soul knows better. This empowerment cluster knows that you are ready to finally pick the right path that empowers your true self. So which is it going to be? The devil's path or the path of empowerment? That is something to really reflect on. It is like your soul is yearning for you to take the leap of faith, to trust that you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way, to believe that you deserve to be